of legendary heroes, one man will rise to take all of the credit.
This game has something that no one else will. Me.
This is where the magic happens.
Hey, can I get a coffee?
I'm coming on!
Everybody has that game that they fell in love with because they make an impact. Those games were somebody's legacy. Well, this is my legacy.
Our legacy.
Our legacy, whatever.
It's not my legacy.
I have a BA in Women's Studies.
What exactly is women's studies?
It follows the experiences of women and the contributions they've made to...
Inquiry withdrawn.
Quick thing, I'm worried about the time.
Yeah, David, I'm moving as fast as I can. It's not my fault that these watermelons don't explode like real heads.
I can get you real heads. Not human.
That's commitment.
I built your vision. It's like you're this brilliant painter, and I'm your favorite brush. I'm just some tool to create your masterpiece.
I like that metaphor, but it's not quite right, is it?
Are you seriously about to noodle on my metaphor right now?
I know that I can be difficult. Papa, you can't give up. We're like the Beatles. Together, we make masterpieces. I could write the lyrics and the music and everything, but it would sound completely different without the drums.
Wait, I'm Ringo?
Well, yeah. Of course you're Ringo. I mean, look, somebody's got to keep the beat.
Oh my God! At least you brought me breakfast.
Oh, this is mine. It's prescription.
A prescription bagel?
Legally, you're actually not allowed to ask me about
Whatever.
Very specific. Hi, I'm Steve Mazzio, and welcome to our panel. I'm a public school teacher that moonlights as a college professor, and I also run a board game company with somebody 2 people over called Fatal Games. And we're all going to introduce ourselves because that's what you always do at the start of a panel.
All right. Hi, my name is Amanda Foodie, go by Foodie, and I'm a fantasy author. My books are the Shadow Game series, and they are for adults and teens.
Hi, my name is Sadie Ann Twistle. I'm an illustrator and character designer for Fatal Games.
Hi, I'm Amanda Barbadora. I do training simulations in VR as my daytime job, and on my side job, I'm the lead developer for Evil Quacks.
Hi, I'm Jake McKenna. I'm a game design student at Drexel University and an otherwise freelance dev.
Everybody ready to go? All right, here we go. So, the topic is on items in non-traditional RPGs, which is kind of a weird thought, right? How many of us really think about, outside of man, I really like the AWP and CSGO. What does this really say about characters? What does this really say about us as players? Where do a lot of the developments that come to us in video games come from based upon these very specific things? And then across all other mediums, it echoes the same exact way, right? Hence the novelist, yes? Wave, there we go. So, Amanda, why don't you lead us off on what got us thinking about this topic?
What got us thinking about the topic? Was that what you said? Okay. I think, first off, at least for me, I brought the idea up because I thought about traditional RPGs first, and you realize there's a crap ton of items in those. And items serve such an important impact on your character creation, what boss you can handle, what accomplishments you've made. And then we started thinking about, well, in non-traditional RPGs, do they serve the same purpose? Do they not? Are they more important? Less important? And that's how I got into the topic. And then I also realized while getting into the topic, finding out what a non-traditional RPG was, and then finding items in a non-traditional RPG was significantly more difficult. I think there were multiple times during our discussion we brought up, like, WoW, and then we sat there and we were like, wait a minute, we can't talk about WoW.
We fell down a lot of rabbit holes named Skyrim.
No, Skyrim. Yeah, Skyrim came up profusely.
For a long, long time.
Yeah, and then we had to stop ourselves because Skyrim already exists everywhere and in everything, so.
Can confirm as someone who has never played Skyrim, they talked about it for a long time.
Yeah. But that's what got me interested in the topic. I don't know why all the rest of these awesome people joined us on this panel for the topic.
Foodie, would you like to go next?
Sure. I mean, in talking about how items drive stories, I mean, the reason we're all on this panel is we're all different types of creators, and there's so many different ways to tell stories. Obviously, for all of us, I would say priority number one of anything we create is entertainment. But then after that, it's, you know, what does the story leave you with? And there are 1,000 different ways to do that. I mean, as the novelist, I'm asking every single person who buys my books to basically stare at slices of dead tree for like 7 to 10 hours and hallucinate vividly. And there's only so many things I can ask them to remember and so many things I can ask them to take away from my story. And I never really considered, prior to this panel, the role that items can play in that. But it's absolutely true that having a tangible representation of the themes and the points of the story that I'm trying to make really, really help you. Because as a reader, there's only so many things you can remember throughout that process.
So for the record, I'm going to jump in with the slightly boring note here. The process for the panel was query-based, so we met 5 times and had like lengthy discussions that I would describe as like almost NFL-style dog piles, where somebody says something and somebody does something and nothing happens, and then all of a sudden everybody jumps on something because it clicks across all these mediums, because I'm looking at it from the perspective of board games. I'm going, oh yeah, that totally makes sense, and our process is built around that. So the result of this panel is really about 15 to 20 hours of intensive conversation and about 2 hours of us swearing at Google Slides.
Like 10 of which happened right before we got up on stage.
Sadie, would you like to go into the illustrator aspect of this?
Yeah, as an illustrator, especially for like still printed work for board games and whatnot, it's interesting because you kind of have to work backwards from it sometimes. If you're given an item or you know about an item in like a race of people or something like that, you have to kind of design each character around that. So it's a huge part in forming what the end result looks like, which I think is cool. If you're given something, it forms the way the character actually ends up looking and acting in this world that you've created.
Yeah, I think when you first told me about the topic, the thing that got me interested was that I didn't understand what you meant at all. It was very difficult, but the point where it clicked for me was when I saw that we could draw a connection between a game like Halo, where, you know, badass space marine just traipsing through the world, and a game like Gone Home or Kind Words, which is all about story. And I never thought that we could bridge that connection, but I think that really sold me on this topic being something we really need to talk about.
I think that's cool with what Foodie was saying, because it's moving a whole plot forward as well as being a physical item.
Yeah.
Jake, would you like to find what an item is? That was the first fight, everyone, just so you know.
I think I'll let you take that one.
Wait, I would just like to say there was a fight. We went through like multiple definitions, started going through the panel, and then we were like, wait a minute, this definition doesn't work. And you were like, scratch that. Definition 5.
I think everyone's too intimidated now by those fights to actually define what an item is.
Yes.
Who's doing this?
An item is any object that advances either plot or character. And what you're going to find out is there's a lot of definitions that go into the subcategories of that, most of which have very strong feels amongst the 5 people up here, and some of the other people that had the yelling inflicted on them afterwards. So the 2 major bridges are plot, character, and then there's transcendent items, which we'll get to in a little while, and there's also milestone items, which we may or may not talk about, if there's time. Amanda?
Do you want to go into the subcategories? Because I'm staring at our nice little chart we put together after like the 6th time of attempting it. And there's also the subcategories of items.
Yes, please.
Oh, okay. So along with plot and character, we also determined that items can either be definition items, or modification items, or perception items. And I assume you want me to read the definition of all those as well. So what we determined a definition item is that it establishes plot or character. A modification item is an item that modifies, obviously, an established plot or character, or can be considered random loot that then you use to build or put together it. Perception is an item that neither establishes nor modifies a plot or character, but somehow alters the player's perceived, how the players perceived the work in whole or in part, including, but not limited to, time, plot, and or character. That one was a mouthful. I think that I covered all of them, unless you want the transcendent items, the fancy ones, the rare loot.
The rare loot.
The rare ones, the purples.
Actually, before we jump into that, I wanted Sadie to talk real quick, if you could, about drawing character items and defining characters through those items.
So I think a lot of what I do, it falls into the first category that we created, which is definition. So just because it's not something that's moving and it's something that literally the player is going to have to work with, a lot of it comes from being defined by the items or vice versa. So you can see this nice lady up here, this beautiful fell orc woman. Her name is Kill Count Cookum. She's a cook, but also an orc, so clearly she's got a kind of a bloodlust. But it's kind of a thing where I'm handed this name, and then she has her weaponry, which is kitchenware and whatnot, and that is specific to her character, and it's what defines that character in the game going forward. So I think most of the stuff that I do is going to fall into that first category. Otherwise, it'll fall into the others as the game keeps playing, if that makes sense.
It does, and a huge part of this comes down to player experience, how you use the item, how you perceive those things.
Yeah, exactly. That comes down to the player and not the character necessarily.
Foodie, would you like to talk about it for books?
Yeah, I mean, in terms of these 2 categories, character items versus plot items, it's a lot harder for books. Like I said earlier, books, unlike illustrations, unlike video games, there's no, other than the cover, I suppose, there's no tangible visual thing to jog a reader's memory. So you can only work with so many moving parts. And so if your items are not both a character item and a plot item. If they're not doing multiple things at once, you're probably doing it wrong as a creator, or at least asking a lot from the reader. And so most of the items that are, in some of my favorite books, but also in the books that I write, typically they're trying to be both character items as well as plot items. Makes my job and the reader's job a lot easier.
Can we go into some examples?
Some examples. Let's see, from various books. One of the first ones that came to mind when I was thinking of books with iconic items would be the alethiometer from his Dark Materials / the Golden Compass, if you know it by the first book. Just because, one, as a plot item, the alethiometer is basically what drives the entire story. The catalyst of the story being Lyra receiving it, and then how she comes to learn the way that it works corresponds to her own personal development as a character. In fact, the name that she's given over the course of the series, like Lyra Silvertongue, she would never have been given that name and become that person had she not been able to do what she could do with that item. In my own books, the female heroine and has a number of different items over the course of the series that basically are kind of how she's feeling at that time, which range from like black lipstick to like a gun that like totally represents her character. I feel like you're getting a sense of the type of girls that I like to write. And again, they're like really good tangible representations of like who is this girl at like this point in time. And both of them are actually also used in the story. A lipstick less so, I suppose, than a gun, but
Yeah. You can't be as literal because you're writing it.
If you could kill someone with lipstick, I would be the one who would try to write that story, but choking hazard, thank you. I'm not done the third one yet, so I'm gonna put that in.
Jake or Amanda, would you like to do video games? Which one of you would like to go first? I think is what I'm asking.
We'll jump into it. Do we want to define modification before we do that?
I thought I did. But I think actually before we talk, since we're mostly games, we've mentioned non-traditional RPG a lot, and I think we actually just completely skipped that definition. But I think we can just summarize it by our traditional RPG, we considered anything that was based off of the D&D mechanics. So if you can take your character and manually assign stats to it, skills, customize it in that way, then we consider that a traditional RPG. Or where you're leveling up, you're gaining skills on a track, and then you're also applying stats where you want. That was our broad definition, I believe, but correct me.
Yeah, I think the thing that made it click for me was that we're not talking about necessarily character building, like in the beginning of like a Divinity-esque type game. We're talking about the difference between my Master Chief, who used a battle rifle, and yours that used the assault rifle, or the plasma pistol, or a variety of other weapons. The way that I perceive Master Chief is, patently different than what you would if you played the game differently. So that's kind of the thing we're trying to dive into here.
Yeah, and we also have a few examples, I think, from the Halo series that we classified into different sections. So we actually determined the ring and when we're talking about the Halo series, we're only probably talking about, the first three?
Yeah.
We're not going to touch the other ones.
No, the rest of the series is outside of the scope of this discussion.
We're not touching those. So for the first three, we talked about the Halo ring actually being the main definition and plot item. Those within plot as its main category and definition as its subcategory, because it does literally define the plot and then also name the game. And then we talked about Master Chief's armor, which was just a definition of his character, because if you take away his armor, he's still superhuman if you've done Reach and you've read the books, but again, not part of the first three. So, but his armor defines who he is. It masks him. It hid him for a bit, and then when everyone sees his Spartan armor, they know that's him. And then I believe we also talked about the Flood, which I hated because I hate the Flood with burning passion. The plot. He was a plot item and a perception, because as soon as the Flood was introduced in the world, how you perceived the battle that was happening or the world around you shifted. It wasn't just about the aliens, it was about also this virus that was building and spreading and consuming everything. Did I miss any more Halo items?
I think we hit all the Halo.
Oh, and Cortana. We talked about Cortana.
Oh, Cortana.
But Cortana was a difficult one to place, because we had to separate her from the later games where she kind of grew into her own character, because we determined that characters could not be considered items, including companion characters, which was actually a big point of conflict between the book media and the gamer media, because we both agreed that whenever you have a companion item, as a gamer, most of the time if they're immortal or you really don't care about them, they're just cannon fodder. Unless they're an animal. I do not do that to your dog. Like, my dogs in my games, I'm just like, nobody touch it, nobody sees mine, don't hurt it. But if it's like, oh God, I'm gonna bring up Skyrim, I'm sorry. If it's Lydia in Skyrim, I'm just like, go. Fuck it. Yeah, Dragon Priest, you're on it. She's like, I'm dying, and I'm like, nah, you're fine. You're fine, keep going. But then there was a huge conflict in books because you kind of looked at us like, what are you doing? You're murdering people. And we're just like, oh, that's what gamers do. So Cortana was a little bit difficult to place because in the first games, she was more of a guiding character that just sort of like prompted you through things. But as the later games, she became her own entity. She became her own character with a free will of her own. And I think how we remedied that argument, and Foodie, you can talk more about this after this, is that we said any item that has enough physical free will of itself, it can't be considered an item. So we actually were talking about Full Metal Alchemist before this panel began, and Sadie was like, well, Al could be an item. And I was like, hold up. Back up. I was like, even though he is a soul embedded into an item, he can still move around and do what he wants. He has full free will over it. Whereas possessed items in games, you pick up, do the constitution or will roll, whatever it is. And then that item definitely has a thought process of its own, but as soon as you drop that sword on the ground, if you can, it just stays on the ground. It can't get up and move around and do whatever it wants. And I think that was the agreement we reached to try and bridge the gamers who throw things to slaughter and the book writer who was like, my precious characters.
I mean, yeah, there's obviously no characters in my books that like don't have free will. That's pretty unethical. But I mean, in terms of like cannon fodder, my readers might beg to differ with you. The Game of Thrones comp was there for a reason. But yeah, no, there's definitely no like sacrificial character that's like I'm throwing at the boss in place of my protagonist in my books. Not yet.
For the record, I was the worst one in the room. Coming from tabletop, I'm like, it's just a card of cardboard. It just dies when I tell it to die. I don't know what you want me to say. It doesn't have a name. It's just the stat line.
That was another thing, is that when we play Magic, I usually play black. So like, I'm just like, oh, all the monsters are dead. It's fine. I'll bring it back later. I just kill them. That's the personality of this side of the panel.
Oh, my reader's favorite character. They're dead.
For me, it came down to Planeswalkers in Magic as well, because I might love Chase, but I will sacrifice him if it means I win. That's fine. I lost myself in Magic the Gathering for a second. Sorry, guys.
It's a deep hole to get lost in, so. I actually think we may have talked about Magic the Gathering in items, which was also a difficult one.
Because there are items in Magic the Gathering in addition to Magic the Gathering being items.
Yes.
What literally means, for anybody who doesn't play Magic, there are card types that are equipment that are basically items that you equip to characters that have names usually, right? And then, of course, there's also constructs and artifacts and enchantments, which are kind of like objects that don't have any physical form. And that was more or less where things devolved to, wait, where does the item definition came in? And that's where like anything, literally anything. So an enchantment can count as an item because it's a thing that you can control, right? Magic counts in the same way that to certain degrees, when you get into these landmine that is Star Wars for this, oh man, where's the lightsaber go? Well, it's the ultimate perception item. Someone walks in the room, like, oh, there's a person in the room. Person pulls out a lightsaber. Oh, there's a problem in that room. That's it. It's a problem in that room. And you get into it, too, in movies very, very hard, where prop designers work increasingly more and more difficult to make offshoot items that are specific to the... Can someone wiggle my mouse pad, please? Where prop designers work increasingly difficult to make sure that... Oh, never mind. Just close it. Yeah, on live stream, definitely. Where prop designers work very hard to make sure that Han Solo has a different blaster, right, than everyone else. Princess Leia has a specific blaster, and I can tell you in great detail about that from all the games of Star Wars I've played, whether they're card games or RPGs or whatever over the years on the tabletop, where it's like, no, Leia has a sporting blaster, and that's a very particular way, and they made it look a very particular way. And coming into it from that movie perspective, all of a sudden, you're back where Foodie is, but you're also kind of where the gamers are. Because let's face it, we've sacrificed lightsabers repeatedly in Star Wars for plot. But I think we all have feels on Anakin's lightsaber, right? So I did not want to neglect film. Hold on one second. Anyway, so, are we ready for the next part?
Are we going to lead into transcendent items? Because I feel like that's where it was going.
That's the next part. Would you like to lead in?
Sure. I think in our earlier definitions, we were trying to categorize things in very rigid sections, where it's like, if it's a plot item, it can't be anything else. It's just a plot item. And then we quickly learned, oh no, that's not how this works at all. And then we realized there were items that not only fit into multiple major categories and subcategories, but then different sections of the graph table thing we had. And then we started asking ourselves, well, if these items fit into multiple ones of these categories, does that make them more important? Are they more likely to be remembered by the player or reader in this case, or person viewing your art? And if that's so, then do they become something more than just a simple item? And that's how we came about with transcendent items. And I think the one that first spawned this was the Master Sword for Zelda, where it is a staple to that series. Whenever I think of Zelda, you're immediately like Master Sword and his nice shield, and maybe Epona, and you know, the green cap and his outfit, but it's the sword first.
Show of hands for the sword. Literally everyone.
And then when we started talking about the Master Sword, we realized it actually served multiple things. It enhanced the character and helped define him as the hero, but then it also advanced plot, because once you got the sword, you started to fulfill your destiny and step into your role. You started to get to the climax of the game, at least in the older ones. Breath of the Wild is drastically different from the old Zelda games, so we're not going to touch that one quite yet in this. But we started talking about these things, and then the lightsaber that you just mentioned started to fall into multiple categories, or an Elder Scroll. Oh God, again from Skyrim, sorry. Or the Millennium Falcon we talked about, the Elder Wand, which Foodie brought to the table from the Harry Potter series, was also one of those items that started to fit in all these categories.
The One Ring.
The One Ring was also one of them. And we realized that these items either became the picture of the game, words.
The totem.
Logo. Thank
the
you.
word was
the
totem
of the game, or became heavily marketed, the merchandise for it. Whenever someone thinks about it, that's what they think about. And we thought that would be an interesting topic to start discussing as well.
I'm jumping in because my favorite moment in this is that I realized that the Spaceballs moment, where Yogurt's going through all the merchandising, was exactly accurate to all of this. Like, oh, Spaceballs a flamethrower. Checks out. Yep.
Yeah.
Character item. Foodie, would you like to lead off with this part?
In terms of items that are transcendent items, I mean, and coming from books, it's pretty hard to find books that have items that become iconic, that like transcend. It's like the first thing you think of when you think of a book as an item versus a character or part of the story. It's got to be a pretty important item, and it's a pretty rare book to find. Obviously, Lord of the Rings, I think, would be one of the first ones. I don't want to be the one to talk about it. I haven't read it or seen the movies. I'm sorry. I'm the worst fantasy author. But I mean, in talking about Harry Potter, when we were trying to come up with one of the, especially in terms of the world of kids' books, a franchise that has spanned so many books and has so many movies, and there are so many items we could have picked. I would like to be known that I did not pick the Elder Wand. We had a slight, heated discussion about which Harry Potter item would be the item. But I actually think, more so than me being the item of the series, the one that I think is so interesting is the Horcruxes. Because not only are the Horcruxes these, achievement milestone items for the main players, like Harry and his friends, they're actually character items for Voldemort. Every single one gives us insight into Voldemort's character, which, in terms of what I was saying earlier about how in books items gotta be doing multiple things, that's real heavy lifting. That is the right way to make items work for you as the creator.
We did. Just for the record, we voluntarily ignored the part where Harry's a Horcrux, because that was...
That's an L moment.
I think one of the things that we risk glossing over when talking about transcendent items is that part of them becoming transcendent is the perception of the item, like on a very subjective player-to-player basis. Like, I think a really good example that sort of fits it is masks in Dishonored. Because when you get into Dishonored 1, you have the standard, Corvo's mask, but by the time you get to the second game, you have the option to pick 2 different characters. The masks still exist, but your mask, the mask that brings out your character, it becomes individual to you, though the item still transcends the categories. So I think part of this discussion has to have that asterisk of, yes, but it's if you noticed it.
Yeah.
One of the major things that we really looked at when testing transcendent items is, for those of you familiar with The Hero's Journey by Joseph Campbell, most transcendent items have their own hero's journey. You can actually plot where they come from, how they progress, how your perception of them changes, because obviously they're objects, they don't actually change, but your perception of those objects changes. And there is that kind of inherent duplicity in any media where, yes, that character is real to us, but that character is also self-aware in certain respects, but it is still a character, right? It is still a card, it is still a name on a page. So in a very specific and very strong way, most transcendent items do achieve sort of an ultimate boon. They fulfill an ultimate purpose. They go through the road of trials where they become, through the road of trials, through the first threshold. They have those moments where they come to rest at the end, just like most major characters do in most stories. Personal favorites when they melt the Iron Throne, because I was done at that point with everyone else.
Do you want to talk more about the Iron Throne, since you brought it up?
So the construct of the Iron Throne is an odd epitome of transcendent items because it is made of other items. So when you're looking at this particular thing from the perspective of the show or the books or one of the many, many games that you can play around it, the idea of the Iron Throne is an amalgam of items. And into and of itself, that means it's the inherent crossroad of both a historical plot context as well as a lot of characters, not just the ones that sit on it, but who made it, how it was made, and where it comes from. And it becomes this very beautiful idea that gets a little worn out, honestly, over the course of some of the stories when you don't look at it from the perspective of the throne itself. But the throne is a transcendent story from its inception to its death, right? Made by dragons, destroyed by dragons, if you watch the TV show. When you play games that center around the Iron Throne, it is always seated as a first player marker in a tabletop game. Like, who controls the Iron Throne is the person that is theoretically in power, so it has that symbolism that goes along with it. And functionally, it's an ever-present shadow in the exact same way the One Ring is, or the lightsabers can be in Star Wars, where you're looking at this going, yes, we're over here, we're very far away, and we're dealing with a completely different plot line, but at the same exact time, here's this shadow of an idea that is becoming bigger and more representative of the story. And that's where the term totem came from in our conversations, where ever present on the little back burner is this thought of, oh yeah. In the same way that when you watch anything related to Star Wars, you go, and if a lightsaber came out right here, the entire world changes. My perception changes, the characters change, the plot changes. And that's really where driving home the transcendent items becomes very difficult. Because functionally, it would ideally, just as Foodie has said many times, hit all of these points at the same exact moment when it's revealed, or thought of, or invoked. And being able to be invoked is part of being a transcendent item. It is almost a spell into and of itself. It is almost a force power. It is supernatural in how strong a simple object can be without it actually having will. And that reinforced the context of items for us over the longer course of the conversation, wherein when an item doesn't have will, but has that much power, like a Horcrux, well, that is the critical point of a story, right? That is the thing that gives us feeling and catharsis. That is the thing that transcends all mediums. And we had to start to re-examine from there what exactly that meant, because all of a sudden it wasn't as quantifiable to all of us as, oh, well, it touches this plot and this character and this thing. And across all of it, the one person that came to my mind was actually the building in London, 221B Baker Street, the home of Sherlock Holmes, wherein unspeakable weird things happen. And they're all centered around these amazing characters that are in a ridiculous world where the items are inconsistent. Anybody ever read Sherlock Holmes closely or been a member of the Baker Street Irregulars? Lots and lots of inconsistencies in Sherlock Holmes that undermine the concept of the importance of items. My favorite example is still the Red-Headed League, which is a short story, and if you haven't read it, definitely read it, in which the Red-Headed League is open from April to October, which is roughly 6 months for those of you counting. And in the short story, it is said that it is open for 3 months. It's a horrendous oversight, right? But those inconsistencies build the power of that house. The specter of Baker Street that overrides every other thing, because it is the home of Sherlock Holmes and is therefore physically larger than himself. And that's what makes that location transcend. And I feel like I've talked for quite a while.
I think this also, though, goes into, we had an argument over what is an item and whether or not it's just things you can put in your inventory, or is it also your home? Is it also vehicles? And then we were like, well, if it's not vehicles, GTA 5 is just nothing. Like, how are we going to talk about that if it's not all the vehicles you've owned and customized and shoved into a garage somewhere, right? So then we started to try and manipulate items so it's not just things you carry and it's not just what you can deck your character out in. It's also items that I've chosen to decorate my nice little home with this monster head that I've destroyed. But that monster head is also an item in of itself, but the home serves something different. Still an item, though, because you possess it and you own it.
Yeah, I think kind of touching on that, when you want to abstract the definition of item, one thing you have to look at, if we could bring back to games, is the curse in Edith Finch. I think it's a great example of this weird thing that isn't really defined. Is it real? Is it not real? But it touches everyone and everything, and it even does kind of take physical form in the journal. The journal is sort of an extension of, but not the main part of the curse. So it's sort of like, do we need to define this as a physical piece? And I think that was part of the difficulty in our discussion, is that when we ran up against that, well, if a curse can be an item, what else can be? Is everything an item? Is item even the right word to define it?
Right.
But they are these pieces of stories and pieces of games that have a physical thing, but really do kind of move us in the direction. Mm-hmm. I sort of trailed off there, but somebody pick it up.
It's okay, Jake.
At that point in the conversation, we came to the creative crossroads, where we stopped analyzing exactly what we took in, and we started kind of talking about how we use items ourselves to create different characters. And Sadie and I worked on a board game together, which would be on Kickstarter now, except the coronavirus sort of destroyed all of that. And functionally, almost all of the conversations she and I had over the course of a year centered on what items were people going to hold? What is someone going to ride? Why does this person not ride a horse? Well, because we named them, the Burden Cavalry, so it makes more sense for them to ride oxen, right? And we realized that we were using, on the polar opposite end of the spectrum from Transcendent items, we were using these things to begin that process, right? From a creative aspect, you're not simply coming in and going, oh, this analyzes as this. And yeah, it's very easy to look at Anakin's lightsaber over the course of 40 years or 42 years of content and go, oh, well, obviously, right? But from the creative standpoint, we started to consider how we were inserting these items into these worlds. Sadie, do you want to talk about some of the drawings and some of our creative process for the drawings?
Yeah, I mean, it's like you said and what I kind of said before, where it kind of works backwards from all of the other media that we're talking about, where, okay, for that specific instance you're talking about, we have a race of humans that worship a walrus. It's just the way that it is. But so in doing that, each of their weapons that I designed or that we designed together had to kind of revolve around that.
It had to reflect the walrus.
It had to reflect the walrus. But yeah, so it's kind of like the items are shaping the character.
Do you have an example of something that they use to an item that
I do if you want me to jump in, because I really want to talk about the walrus.
To ask.
So, go ahead.
Gimpy Gus uses a walrus mace. It's just a walrus skull.
Okay.
He
With
doesn't use the
tusks.
tusk end. Gimpy Gus is not a terribly bright person. So he has a walrus tusk at the end of a stick, but he's hitting you with the skull of the walrus. And this was a major point of conversation. The walrus god's name was Flubbo. And Flubbo dies launching an apocalypse. So Flubbo's a plot item, because Flubbo's not actually a god, he's just a large walrus that humans worshipped. So
Wait, your character whacks other characters with the skull of his god?
Yes.
Okay.
yeah, yes.
Double checking.
Yes. Correct.
Isn't that the dream we all have?
It's not necessarily Flubba's skull, but it's like his brother's skull, maybe. We don't know.
Is an old Flubbo skull. The idea is the priests just swap out walruses and the humans don't notice.
It's gonna break. It's not a hardy weapon, but it defines him.
Functionally, Flubbo started as a joke, right? We were like, what do you want to lead the apocalypse? Let's have the humans be dumb and worship a walrus and we'll kill the walrus. And over the course of 18 months, this walrus grew into this linchpin character that defined an entire fifth of a world and the plot line of an apocalypse. And I was sitting back halfway through our conversations one day and I went, oh man, from the creative side, what actually happens is the exact reverse, right? You pick up a weapon in Halo, or you pick up a weapon in any game, or a lightsaber, and all of a sudden you start to grow attached to it as you use it and love it. And from the creative aspect of things, we kind of started to just love Flubbo. So Flubbo started to take on more dominance in us, just the way I used a pistol in Halo 1 religiously, because that was my weapon. Flubbo's my instrument of storytelling. And what occurs in collaborative efforts is Sadie felt the same way. And all of a sudden, Flubbo became the most important thing when he was a footnote.
He is the most important thing.
He's on a lot of cards. There's a walrus skull on a
else.
lot of cards in those games. Check out the Instagram, which I'll put back up. Functionally, this is how the creative side of it goes. It has the same reactions. It has a lot of the same ideas to it. A lot of how we perceive things as consumers reflects our ability to create. And the items are in that sort of a fulcrum. You look like you're ready to jump in. Or are you just agreeing with me?
I do. I was cracking my wrist.
Oh,
I wasn't
sorry.
like raising my hand.
No, I thought you were raising your hand. I was just flickering out of the corner of my eye. So when you start to look at how did the One Ring become the One Ring, and we can work backwards and analyze it and read the Silmarillion and read the Children of Hurin, and I can go into the Lineage of Elves if you want. I know I'm that guy, I'm sorry. But the exact same thing occurs from a creative standpoint. So when you look at Edith Finch, my firm guess is you look at the house and you're like, oh, the house looked cool, but the house didn't really do the job of the journal, right? Concur with that, Jake?
Oh, definitely. The house, no, sorry, go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
The house, it's sort of, how do I want to take this? So the journal literally contains the stories of the characters, of the family members. And the house kind of does that job, but considering like how it changes and ages, it doesn't really serve part of it doesn't have that physical aspect where you can bring it back to something. Like the curse is sort of the overarching thing, but the book is this firm piece of material you can hold in your hand and flip through, and it's, consistent, it stays the same. Whereas the house sort of morphs and changes. So it doesn't really fit what we were talking about. I think that's part of the thing that we were getting into, is if something changes and it morphs into something else, it can't really be the item that we're talking about in this. I'm trailing. You know.
I want to go ahead.
I have never played this game, so a little just side note before I say this, but I also think the decision to choose a journal, which is a record of, I assume, previous lives or your lives, is a lot more personal than a house. I think both still are personal. We both still view a house as ours and our home, and that's deeply connected to us. But a journal that you carry around everywhere with you that has the stories and records of past people, that has a much stronger pull on the gamer than a house would if you would have left it at the house and not included the journal.
Yeah, I mean, I think in going to those transcendent items, and as we're all creators and making these decisions for our stories, and if we decide to use items as a primary method to tell our stories, like especially like the journal, like the choice of what item you pick is so important, especially if you're trying to make the item as big as the transcendent item. You have to pick the right item. Captain Underpants wouldn't be Captain Underpants without the underpants. That was a choice that it picked underwear. And it actually, I think I really liked your discussion point about how a transcendent item can change over the course of a story. And it kind of got me thinking also, I was like, oh, that's interesting, I didn't think of it that way. One of the things in my own books that seemed really similar to things about items that change and items that go beyond is the plot of the series as a whole is called the Shadow Game series. And the Shadow Game is basically an execution card game that obviously you don't want to play. And the way that you are invited to play is through something called the Shadow card. The one that is the invitation card is the Fool. But the worse your actions over the course of the book, the more cards you will receive as warnings until you finally receive the Fool. But the definition of the Fool can change over the course. In fact, like the second book of the series is then called King of Fools. And then what the Fool card means later is something else, and the threat that overhangs. And basically, what it got me thinking about as a whole is transcendent items and titles is actually something that really started to occur to me, that almost every single thing that I was thinking of, Lord of the Rings, The Golden Compass, it's titled after it. Game of Thrones, The Iron Throne. I didn't know if you guys wanted to talk a little bit about how titles have affected, in board games, in video games, items and titles. Is it just something that I've noticed? Because I don't know, it stands out.
Oh, no, board games live on that. The number one, and this is going to be a little bit weird, is actually Axis Allies and Zombies, which, if you've never played it, is a literally simplified version of World War II in which there are zombies. But without the title backing it up, the concept of zombies, it makes the game more accessible and much more interesting and opens it up and does a good job because it uses zombies as the totem instead of World War II, where there's a lot of heavy emotions around it. Without it, what are you doing here, right? And when you look at, my brain just flooded, most board games are named after the totemic item, almost all of them. Taverns of Tiefenfall, which just came out, is named around that item. Very, very rarely do you come across something in board gaming where it's like, oh, it's abstract, and usually it's abstract, but it's also abstract for like a particular reason. Like even Twilight Imperium, for anybody who knows that game, it's an 8-hour, $150 awesome board game, highly endorse it. But functionally, it is about the Empire. You don't realize that until you step back because you're in there with all the minutiae and hundreds of cards and hundreds of plastic pieces and all this great stuff. But really it is the specter of an empire that you never really fully comprehend until you really step back from it. I have something I want to launch into because we're running short on time. So, for better or for worse, Overwatch has defined the last several years of my life as a gamer. Glad I'm not alone on that.
No, we played together almost like every night with a group of people. We used to.
And one of the very weird things that's somewhat controversial and a little bit specific to video games is the construct of loot boxes that produce skins. Mm-hmm. And otherwise alter what are assigned items, right? Like Soldier 76 is assigned his items. Diva is assigned her items. Zarya is gloriously assigned her items. But functionally, you're allowed to alter and modify them. And that doesn't necessarily change perception on certain levels, but it does equate to other aspects of the game that are part of the meta that surround it. And a lot of them come into status when you come into loot box and skins. And this goes into special editions of board games. If you walk around, you'll see there are special editions of board games where it's like, the board game is $50, the special edition is $90, it's blinged out, it has foil cards or gold items or something particular into it. In books, you see special editions for major titles, right? Very specifically illustrated books. There's famous editions of Lord of the Rings that go into that. And the way those skins interact is unique to each individual medium, because when you have a special volume of a beloved classic or something on your shelf, you tend to want to show it off in the same way that you might show off skins. But you can generally collect the skins as well. So a lot of times in video games, when you're using skins as perceptions on items that are people that don't have a lot of options, right? That steps in and begins to control this process for those characters, right? Collecting all the skins of your favorite character becomes important to you. By the way, I'm a Bastion main, if you couldn't tell by my general demeanor. It's very, you can be mad at me if you want, it's okay. Functionally, it becomes part of this Transcendent experience. And having that sort of hallmark skin or the ability to change skins with the seasons also plays into that same exact role. Is everybody with me so far?
Yeah, I also, though, have like a small comment, but I don't want to derail because we're running out of time.
No, it's okay.
Okay.
Take your comment.
This kind of reminded me of, we started talking about looters and how difficult looters were to handle in this, because there was a lot of just pointless items. There was like, oh man, I have 80 million, I'm gonna say goat heads because we kept talking about goat heads, but that's usually in traditional RPGs. And I don't really play like Borderlands or Monster Hunter that much, but.
I argue and continue to argue that the goat head is universal currency in all games.
Oh my goodness. But in games like Monster Hunter, specifically World is I guess what we talked about the most. Again, I have not played that, so if I say something wrong, I apologize. But he's played it.
A lot.
But that game, we talked about you being defined mostly by your items. Without your gear, without the items, you're kind of pathetic and worthless. But your items power you up, customize your character, but they also tell the stories and the battles that you've gone through. And at least in the games that I've played, people will get gear and defeat a boss and then wear it being like, yep, beat that boss. Look at this nice little bling. And that kind of was what reminded me of that, is that I know one of our friends back home, I guess, also plays Monster Hunter. And every time they get a new gear, it's just a picture in chat being like, look at this cool new gear I found. Look at it, it's a fish, but it's also a sword. And I'm like, that's great.
Our Discord chat gets spammed with a lot of bling pictures from things
a lot of
people
bling
got.
pictures. And then handling those was difficult because they were mostly defining characters, but then at the same time we were like, well, wait a minute, even if it's not part of the main story of Monster Hunter World, it still told your character story. It still said, here's where I've been, here's what I've killed, here's where I failed, here's where I succeeded, here's the sword I used, here's the armor I did to defeat it. And then also for the status and the bling, which was kind of what you were talking about prior.
We're also not going to talk about palicos.
I think that kind of launches into that asterisk that I mentioned earlier, where an item's definition can change so much based on the player's perception of it. Like, for example, when I play Assassin's Creed Odyssey, I have a very specific set of armor that I went under-leveled and got. That armor means a lot to me, and it, tells the story of my character. But to my friend who played the exact same game, that armor is worthless garbage. So it very much is about how you used it, how you acquired it. And I think that's something that we have to note, that this is all somewhat subjective.
I mean, it was also like when we were talking about Halo, and I was like, I always use the needler. Because I only have to like semi-aim, and the needler will take care of the rest. And then most of the enemies will be like, what, did you just prick me? And I'm like, nah, give it a second. And then they explode, and then you're like, and then you watch their body like ragdoll across the way. You're like, this is great. And then I don't know if it was you or someone else who was just like, why the hell would you use the needler? And I was like, why the hell would you not use the needler? And it was one of those instances where I think Fate Your Asterisk as well, where the needler was something that like as soon as I got it on the floor, I was like, this is mine. Nobody else can touch it.
That
and
was
then you were like,
me.
nope.
Yeah, because I think using the needler does make you like 10% more of a bad person.
I accept this.
But, my Master Chief is morally upstanding and yours is somewhat sarcastic.
Wow.
And
There's a whole moral clause system that goes into this and exactly where you fall. But we wanted to leave the last few minutes for questions. I think we're down to about 9 minutes. So does anybody have any questions for us? There's a microphone right there. Or you could just yell real loud, I guess, but I feel like that's a bad choice.
I don't know. I think we should yell.
No, or stop it. You're chaotic.
It's me. Wild card, baby.
I'll answer that one in a minute. Go ahead, sir.
All right. Hey, thanks for the panel. I was wondering, between the apartment and then you also talked to house versus journal, what's the difference between like a setting and an item for you guys? Because obviously Halo takes place on a lot of that setting. So is that a setting or is it an item or is it both?
I think that's part of that transcendent category. One of the things that really goes into, we tried to nail down the Halo ring, and it was very difficult. Initially, it was a plot definition, then it became a transcendent item because of the concern that you mentioned. What is it? Is it our map? Is it a weapon? Is it, a giant ring in the sky built by
It's a lot of things, yeah.
aliens? Yeah. I think part of being unable to pin it to that category is the thing that elevates it to that transcendent level.
We also talked about, I think, shrines in Breath of the Wild or the ruins in Breath of the Wild, which definitely altered your perception, but they weren't items that you could carry around and you didn't own them. So while they still may have served the point of an item, since you didn't possess them, we didn't consider them items in the design or the development sense. Did that answer your question?
Yeah, definitely. Okay. Thanks.
Hi.
Hi.
So this is less of a question and more of a thoughts on this sort of idea. But when I was thinking about you guys talking about how you have your story of your character, like with Monster Hunter and what you kill, and also thinking about Halo, like Halo Reach. I know you guys were focused on the main Halos, but Halo Reach has that thing where your Spartan is your custom armor. I was thinking about how aesthetics simply can define, not just define the character, but also you attach to your aesthetic of a certain character. How do you feel do you feel that there's something that can be talked about with that? Any interesting thoughts about that?
I think it almost relates back sort of to the skins, but I also have a story where I used to play Call of Duty Black Ops 1, like in high school, and the tagging that you had for like your player, not icon, I don't know what the fuck it's called, but like you could custom design that. People took many liberties with that. But that was something very important to them. Like they probably spent a lot of time doing it and they were like, this is me. And I know when I win, it's gonna be at the top of the little ranking list. Everyone's gonna see it. And every time someone dies, this is gonna be right in their face. And I think as a way to put yourself in a game, it more serves that purpose. When you have games where I can't fully edit the face of my character. I can't pull apart the cheeks or raise the ears and make them elf ears, even though they're not an elf. And I can't give them pointy teeth, even though they're not a vampire. But there are small things you can do to customize it, and that helps put you into the game and make the character more relatable to you. I don't know if I necessarily would include it in items, but I think it's a way that immerses the character more. It's a choice that you had a part in this game too. Even if it's something small, like your little player tag or little emblem on your shoulder in Reach, which I think is what it is. It's mostly like the projector emblem. Or that's a different game, I can't remember. But that's just something, I think, to give you immersion in the game and to make you feel like I had a part in this, this is mine, and also connects you with the character more. You care a little bit more about it when you customize it.
I think if we had to throw it into a category, the way that I would do it is either probably character modification.
Yeah.
And that's the difference between a CSGO player with no skins that is running around with an AUG not paying attention, or a guy with a hyper beast op that b-hops around the corner and quickscopes you.
Yeah.
Those are two different people, but only by virtue, well, one of skill, but two of the modification that they've done to this standard character.
I think if we could bring it way back, I'd relate it to like an anonymous person in chat who didn't take the time to create an account, and everyone else who has an account and customized their tag and all the emails they have. And then the anonymous person comes in and everyone's like, dude, just make an account. Just make it, it's 5 seconds, just make an account. But like those people are very different. There's someone who has invested time into it and involved in the chat. And there's a person who's like, I'm just here because what I was watching looked cool.
I think it's a weird situation where the items are more defining you as a player than the character. So that's definitely a good question.
Yeah, thanks for the question.
Thank you.
So this is actually based around the Horcruxes in the Harry Potter universe. I noticed you guys had talked a little bit on that, and I was very curious on when you had touched on the topic. The Horcruxes themselves are a piece of Voldemort's soul infused into an item. So I don't know if it depends on like the state of whether it's the item itself contains a portion of the soul of Voldemort, or if the item itself becomes a representation of a piece of his soul. But I mean, how does that fit in? I mean, the Horcrux, is that necessarily an item at that point, or is it still considered an entity because it's a part of who he is?
Yeah, I'll take this one, I guess.
That's fine.
The resident Harry Potter nerd. I would definitely still consider them an item. If we're going to remove Harry, who obviously, the only other one that I think could maybe be up for debate is Nagini. I have absolutely no idea. Oh gosh. You know when you remember that there's more canon since the books and you get
Fantastic
sad?
Beasts. Yeah, Nagini is a person
I have
who becomes
remembered
the...
more about Nagini that I'm choosing to completely ignore. So if we just focus on the ones that are items, I would say yes, because they have no autonomy. You know, Voldemort's hidden them. I think he's aware of when they destroy them. He seems to be like hit, but like he doesn't make choices on them, and they can't get up and move. They're definitely still items. But yes, I think that's why they work so well, because they are literal pieces of Voldemort, that they do such a good job of being both plot devices for Harry and the gang, and then character devices for Voldemort. It does a great job of characterizing a villain who isn't really on page until the climax of every novel. Only in May of the school year.
They also qualify for that Spectre quality of a transcendent item, where even though they're not necessarily named, they're always right there.
This was also a big discussion, I think, mostly between you and I over it. And I actually brought up a book that I recently read, which, if you haven't read it, is Seven Blades in Black. And I'm going to butcher the name, but it's Sam Sykes, I think? Sykes? Okay. Very good. But the main character has a gun who is also, seems to have some sort of sentient to itself. And I was like, well, it can think on its own. Where's the border to that? And I believe I mentioned it earlier in the panel, but if I didn't, I'm sorry. We came to the conclusion where if I drop that gun can't move or do anything on its own. It is completely reliant on another character to pick it up and then do something with it. And yes, it can have influence over that character, and it can help manipulate and control their decisions. On its own, it can't do anything.
Based on our definition.
Yes.
Makes sense.
Thank you, guys. I appreciate it.
Thank you for the question.
So first part of the question, I just want to double check. You guys mentioned the flood as an item.
Yes.
So does that mean like natural disasters and weather kind of are included in that encompassment of items? And like how does that fit in also with sort of like antiquity and like deities who control the weather? And like I'm just curious on your take about sort of like nature as an item.
Yeah, I think a really good example of what you're talking about is the storm in Life is Strange. Yeah, the storm in Life is Strange is a weather disaster. I mean, but it's very much shaped by the characters and shaped by the player's decision. So I think that might be a good example of a sort of event as an item. But generally, I don't know.
I think it was more that the flood was like a virus type deal.
Yeah.
You could kind of quantify it as if you eradicated it, it would be gone. Whereas like weather, you're like, I can't really get rid of the wind.
I think the thing that we were latching onto with the flood was that it really changed your perception of the world of Halo. When you very first ran into them, it turned the game on its head for a quick minute there.
Yeah, it was also very terrifying for me.
Yeah.
That was fine. Hopefully that kind of answers your question, whereas if we can quantify it as it can be removed from the world or the game entirely, we consider that to be more loosely an item, whereas again with like the weather, we can't really like pick it up and take it out. Or at least like all things of natural disasters. But with the storm almost has some sort of otherworldly, not sentient, but like...
We're hitting time, guys.
Oh, sorry.
Okay, thank you for the question.
Thank you all for coming. We're going to hang around outside.
Yeah, you can feel free to ask your questions. We'll probably be outside, though, because we have to leave the room.
Yeah, thank you very much.
In a world of legendary heroes, one man will rise to take all of the credit.
This game has something that no one else will. Me.
This is where the magic happens.
Hey, can I get a coffee? I'm coming, Ian! Everybody has that game that they fell in love with because they make an impact. Those games were somebody's legacy. Well, this is my legacy.
Our legacy.
Our legacy, whatever.
It's not my legacy.
I have a BA in Women's Studies.
What exactly is women's studies?
It follows the experiences of women and the contributions they've made to...
Inquiry withdrawn.
Quick thing, I'm worried about the time.
Yeah, David, I'm moving as fast as I can. It's not my fault that these watermelons don't explode like real heads.
I can get you real heads. Not human.
That's commitment.
I built your vision. It's like you're this brilliant painter, and I'm your favorite brush. I'm just some tool to create your masterpiece.
I like that metaphor, but it's not quite right, is it?
Are you seriously about to noodle on my metaphor right now?
I know that I can be difficult, Papa. You can't give up. We're like the Beatles. Together, we make masterpieces. I could write the lyrics and the music and everything, but it would sound completely different without the drums.
Wait, I'm Ringo?
Well, yeah. Of course you're Ringo. I mean, look, somebody's got to keep the beat.
Oh my God! At least you brought me breakfast.
Oh, this is mine. It's prescription.
A prescription bagel?
Legally, you're actually not allowed to ask me about
Whatever.
In a world of legendary heroes, one man will rise to take all of the credit.
This game has something that no one else will. Me.
This is where the magic happens.
Hey, can I get a coffee? I'm coming on! Everybody has that game that they fell in love with because they make an impact. Those games were somebody's legacy. Well, this is my legacy.
Our legacy.
Our legacy, whatever.
It's not my legacy.
I have a BA in Women's Studies.
What exactly is women's studies?
It follows the experiences of women and the contributions they've made to...
Inquiry withdrawn.
Quick thing, I'm worried about the time.
Yeah, David, I'm moving as fast as I can. It's not my fault that these watermelons don't explode like real heads.
I can get you real heads. Not human.
That's commitment.
I built your vision. It's like you're this brilliant painter, and I'm your favorite brush. I'm just some tool to create your masterpiece.
I like that metaphor, but it's not quite right, is it?
Are you seriously about to noodle on my metaphor right now?
I know that I can be difficult, Papa. You can't give up. We're like the Beatles. Together, we make masterpieces. I could write the lyrics and the music and everything, but it would sound completely different without the drums.
Wait, I'm Ringo?
Well, yeah. Of course you're Ringo. I mean, look, somebody's got to keep the beat.
Oh my God! At least you brought me breakfast.
Oh, this is mine. It's prescription.
A prescription bagel?
Legally, you're actually not allowed to ask me about
Whatever.
it.
Sullivan?
Long Island. Long Island, Suffolk
Long
County.
Island!
We're in a weird bubble. It's all right. We judge us too. It's all right.
He's from Street Pass Long Island, if you like to play games in New York. There are lots of great groups there. Like, in addition to them, we've got some people in here from Switch and Play, NYC. Check out Peter over there. Woo! Woo woo! Now, also from Street Pass Long Island, we've got, please give it up for Debbie Lee. Woo! And last but not least, there's someone terrifying next to me.
Who is it?
Oh, I don't know. I don't know.
I don't think it's scary.
Please give it up for Jeff. Do we have some Team Rocket fans in the house? Team Rainbow Rocket fans in the house? Now, I want you all to also thank some of the enforcers in the room. Over here, we've got Fernando and Ryan. Without them, none of this would be possible. Please thank all of the enforcers you see. Without them, none of PAX would be possible. Things would fall apart, die, who knows, ignite. Team Rocket would take over. Very dangerous. Now, during this, we're going to be asking some people in the audience to come up and play through the adventure story. You'll get to choose a starter, so you can bring a friend with you to play as Bulbasaur, Charmander, or Squirtle. We encourage them to say Bulbasaur, Charmander, or Squirtle. Those are the only things they're allowed to say.
Over and over and over again.
Now, also, there's some things we want everyone in the audience to do. If someone on stage says, I want to be the very best, what do you say? Oh, come on now. I want to be the very best. Dun, dun, dun. Perfect, yes. Now, there might be some times when you might see Gary Oak, and we have... That's savage! Wow! If that happens, we have it written in the script. I encourage everyone to say... to say, you're going to be his cheerleaders. I know, controversial. You can say, let's go, Gary, let's go. Clap, clap. So can we try it? You don't have to, but let's go, Gary, let's go. Let's go, Gary, let's go. That was really good. And anytime anyone accidentally gets, taken out of the game, dies. I mean, you don't die in the Pokemon world. Faints.
You just faint a horrible, grisly faint.
Yes. You black out. Poison.
That's healthy.
It's very healthy. To Rattata, everyone has to make little snickering Rattata sounds like. There we go. Show us your teeth. So are you guys prepared? Are you ready? Do you want to be the very best? I think
I got it.
I think they got it. They're probably pretty good. We do have some random prizes here. If you are the first one to become the league champion, you'll get this cute little winking Pikachu. If you complete your Pokedex, the first person, you'll get this cute little Dratini. We do have some different endings. If you get one of the good ones, you might get a little certificate to take home to prove that you've done something. Maybe you'll find out. Are we good to go over here?
Time.
Now, we also have one other person, definitely not least. Please give it up for the Wolf Doctor over there with the pinky ears. The Master Control Program, making sure everything is the very best. Do we have a first victim who wants to die? Faint to rat. I saw your hand go up first. Come up here. And you can bring a friend with you if you see, you've been volunteered. Keep chewing and come on up. Everyone give it up for them. That side, thank you.
Other side.
And what is your name, player one?
Dianosaur Rex.
Ooh, please give it up for Dianosaur Rex. And this is the last time you'll be known as your name before you turn into a character. Who are you now?
I'm Josh T-Rex.
Ooh, please give it up for Josh T-Rex. Let's get started. Well, Professor Oak is welcoming you into his office. And Sean...
I'm so glad you could make it. Today is a very special day for a young Pokemon trainer in Glimmertown. It's the day you get your first Pokemon, your starter.
He's gesturing to some Pokeballs. And there are little tiny labels under each Pokeball, sitting on the front row on his desk.
They're all wonderful Pokemon. Which would you like to make your own?
Now you can even say, I choose you.
I choose you, Charmander.
Professor Oak hands you the Pokeball labeled Charmander. Oh, you hold it in your hands with awe.
Well, don't just stand there, kid. Meet your Pokemon.
You open the ball, and Charmander jumps to the ground. Looking around in surprise, and it sees you and gets really excited. Charmander runs over to you and nuzzles into your leg. Oh, and you reach down to pet it.
You're already becoming friends with your Charmander. I think you're ready for some adventure.
Professor Oak smiles.
Okay. Now, you and Charmander, you'll find even our town has a lot to explore. Maybe you can impress your friends with I can also send you off on the train, visit Professor Jacaranda? Jacaranda. I read good, I swear.
Did it cut out?
To continue your training. Maybe I'll send my son, Gary Oak, to meet up with you. He's starting his training too.
What would you like to do?
Yeah.
Charmander, what would you like to do?
Charmander, char.
Good advice.
Charmander, I agree. We should go train at the Rocky Shores.
Ooh. Professor Oak sends you off to the train station with a ticket to Rocky Shores. Professor Charmander has her lab. You hear there's a really impressive gym leader there, too. So you and Charmander are excited when you get on the train. But you don't see any open seats. Oh, thankfully, it's not a long train ride. You wander through the cars, and you think you spot an open bench, and there's a very, very safe-looking Jigglypuff hanging out over there. Do you want to join the Jigglypuff or stand for like a 20,000-hour train ride?
I'm going to have to go with what Charmander says on this one.
Charmander, char.
Okay, I think he says, let's stay away from that Jigglypuff. It's kind of scary.
All right. Thankfully, it's not actually 20,000 hours. It's not that long. The conductor calls Rocky Shores sooner than you'd think, and you and Charmander hop off the platform. You fist bump each other, and you get caught up in the excitement of your first big trip. And you shout,
Charmander, wait. What do I shout? Oh, we are going to be the very best.
The town The town is right by the seaside with big mountain peaks behind it. It's breathtaking. Professor Jacaranda left a note with the station attendant. She can meet you at the lab or Rocky Shores Pokemon Center.
All right, Charmander, I want you to wag your tail.
See.
I think he gestured. It seems like he was gesturing towards the lab.
Professor Jacaranda welcomes you into her lab. It's way more impressive than Professor Oak's lab. I mean, no offense. And there are bookshelves brimming with books on Pokemon. There's a lab covered with beakers and vials, a gilded Pokedex on a pedestal. There's even a media communications center. Photos, posters of prominent Pokemon researchers, Pokemon enclosures, so much more. The professor can tell how excited you are.
What would you like to see first?
So, which one do you want to do? You want to check out those really safe Labratata? Yeah, you could look at the Pokedex or, make potions with her.
Oh, wow. So many options. I think Charmander's starting to feel a little lonely. Let's look at the Labratata.
So you go through the glass partitions into a small animal holding area.
They are.
They look so cute. You approach the cages, and they're squeaking at each other, playing in the wood chips in the bottom of the cages. Do you guys want to play with them? Or observe them? Do you want to play or observe?
Charmander, char, Charmander.
I think he's hungry.
Do Charmanders eat Rattata?
I don't want to find out. Let's just observe them impartially right now.
Char?
You carefully observe the Rattata, studying their movements, and Charmander's observing them really sadly and hungrily. Looks like Charmander really wants to play with them. What do you want to do?
Oh, we'll play with them.
Char.
You open the door to the first Rattata cage, and one of them immediately jumps out under your arm. It twitches its nose. It looks kind of cute. Charmander, you think it's going to nuzzle you just at the beginning of your adventure, but instead it bites you. The other Rattata from the cage is chewing open the other cages. More are jumping out. Charmander rears back in shock. Both of you are covered in Rattata. Professor Jacaranda is shouting, "Not the lab Rattata, no!"
We get the fire extinguisher.
She's trying to find a fire extinguisher, and she's charging towards you and sort of runs out of the holding area, closing the door behind her.
Oh, whoops.
You see on the other side of the glass, frantically calling for help, Rattata are swarming you and Charmander, quick attacking again and again. Oh, this doesn't look really good. 1 Rattata, 2 Rattata, 3 Rattata, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. You. No, Charmander, protect her.
Oh my God. The drama.
Thank you very much. So you guys, we've got some cute little hats for each of you. And we do have a death by, not death, fainting. Thank you for coming up. You did a very good job. And you were an excellent Charmander. Charming.
Yeah.
Pika. Now you are Pikachu.
Guys.
Do you want? You want each one both?
If you each want one, or if you both want
Oh.
Yeah, just grab it.
Please give it up again for our very first set of victims. Do we have oh wow. Charmander. Maybe we'll get someone to come up with a starter that they don't know. Would you like to come up and be a player? Let's see if we can get, I see someone dressed as a Pokemon. They should be your starter. You need to come on down here. Please give it up for these two. Woo!
I can read from a distance, I just can't read.
And what is your name?
Ajalon.
Please give it for Ajalon. And you, lovely?
Gardevoir.
Gardevoir. Do you have anything else you'd like to say, Gardevoir? No? Okay. Gar. Well, welcome. Once again, this is your first day exploring, and Professor Oak is welcoming you again.
I'm so glad you could make it today. A very special day for young Pokemon trainers. It's the day you get to choose your first Pokemon, your starter.
So, he has one that looks kind of like a Gardevoir, except, it might secretly be a different Pokemon. It's using illusion.
They're all wonderful Pokemon. Which would you like to make your own?
I choose Squirtle.
As it should be.
Professor Oak hands you the Pokeball labeled Gardevoir, I mean Squirtle. And you hold it in your hands with awe.
Well, don't just stand there, kid. Meet your Pokemon.
You open the ball, and Squirtle jumps to the ground, looking around in surprise. And you see it getting excited. Squirtle's going to run over and nuzzle you in the leg. Oh, and you it.
All right, you're already becoming friends with your Squirtle. I think you're ready for some adventure.
Professor Oak is smiling.
Now that it's you and Squirtle, you'll find even our little town has lots to explore. Maybe you can impress your friends with your new Pokemon. I can also send you off to the train to visit Professor Jacaranda. Still can't read it, damn. To continue your training. Maybe we'll send my grandson, Gary Oak, to meet up with you. He's starting his training, too.
So which one would you like to choose?
Squirtle, Squirt! Squirt, Squirt!
Ooh, everyone's going to Rocky Shores. So Professor Oak also sends you off to Rocky Shores. Just so you know, the last trainer that he sent there, it didn't go so well. But you can do it. You got it, right?
This one will go better, we promise.
Yeah. You and Squirtle are super excited. You get on the train, and you see a totally safe, beautiful Jigglypuff hanging out there, inviting you to sit next in the only open seat.
I choose to stand away because I don't want to sleep.
Now, I just want to ask the audience for a second here. Would you guys sit next to Jigglypuff? Oh, no. Yes? So you decide not to sit next to Jigglypuff. But you two do hop off the train platform eventually and fist bump each other. And shout in excitement because it's your very, very first trip together.
I'm gonna be the very best.
Either way, right?
The town is right by the seaside and it's beautiful. Professor Jacaranda left a note with the station attendant. The question is, do you want to go to that lab? You heard some things about it before, but you know, there are options there. Or do you want to go to the Pokemon Center?
I choose to go.
How do you feel about the Pokemon Center?
Squirt, squirt.
Professor Jacaranda meets you at the Poke Center.
Hi.
She knows everyone there, and she takes you to the counter and buys a potion. The first one. And you're having a great time.
Professor Oak spoke very highly of you. I bet you are ready to get out there and battle. Don't forget to use the potion I got you. It can really help out. I can show you the way to the Rocky Shores gym, but if you have a few more moments, I can introduce you to my friend Nurse Joy.
So did you want to go to the gym or hang out with Nurse Joy?
Squirt! I think the Squirtle says we should go to the Rocky Shores gym.
Oh! We got a battler here.
It's that way.
It's sunset, and you walk to the Rocky Shores gym. It's overlooking the beach. It's the perfect place for your first epic showdown. See a man standing by the gym. Does he have his eyes closed? You realize he's wearing a Rocky Shores gym badge.
Hey, kid. Cool Squirtle. I'm Brock.
Woo! You thought Brock was in Pewter City, but I guess he's here. He seems pretty friendly, but you realize you're gonna have to challenge him to battle. So you put on a serious face. Serious face. Oh! And you shout.
I'm gonna be the very best.
Brock shouts.
I believe in rock-hard defense and determination.
And he calls out his Geodude. Squirtle roars and charges to meet Geodude in battle. Oh! They trade attacks. The Pokemon are rapidly losing health. You reach into your pocket. Reach in. Pull out a potion. You spray Squirtle. Spray. But it gives it the final burst of energy to use. Everything it needs, and it beats Brock. Get up, Squirtle. Yeah!
It's okay, Geodude.
You are the first trainer to get a gym badge here. Give me a high five. Nice job. Brock turns out to be super nice and helps heal both of your Pokemon after the battle. He even compliments your natural battle style.
Great job, kid.
He encourages you to keep working on and become the best that ever was. You head off to new adventures proclaiming,
I'm gonna be the very best.
And your path to the Pokemon League begins. You spend a whole bunch of years training with Squirtle, and you challenge powerful gym leaders, winning many battles, and you lose a little bit in there, but you make a whole bunch of friends. Like, you know, some people out here who I'm sure are Pokemon trainers, yeah? Here and there. And you and Squirtle gain a reputation as a tough battler, an incredible pair. You fight in organized leagues, working through the ladders, and today you finally find yourself at the Pokemon League Championships. You're gonna face your longtime rival, Gary Oak. So you focus on Squirtle. This has become a serious Squirtle. You've actually gained sunglasses. Impressive. Gary's battled with a diverse and impressive team, and you aren't sure what. Oh! Those glasses. I don't know who that was, but you're awesome. You found out there's a place in town that will evaluate your Pokemon strengths and weaknesses. Or you can go through a training montage like Rocky Balboa. So do you want to have your Pokemon evaluated, or just go straight to training?
I think my Bulbasaur wants to train.
So you decide to train super hardcore, pushing yourself in Squirtle to be the very best and to the limit. Oh! The training montage shows you and Squirtle doing push-ups. You can do push-ups if you want to. Woo! Squirtle dodging attacks from your training partner. Misty Staryu, and Squirtle stuffing your face with Pokebeans. You and Brock sweating it out in the sauna. And Squirtle running up and down the stairs at the local gym. We're really putting this Squirtle on the work. Squirtle's been going through a whole bunch of training montages because both of you want
to be the very best.
After the training montage, you and Squirtle are both pumped up because what? Squirtle's evolving. Yeah. Squirtle evolved into Wartortle. Wartortle is evolving. Wartortle evolved into Blastoise. All right, let's hear that Wartortle cheer. Wartortle! That night, there's a really big crowd flowing into the glowing stadium at the center of town. And you and Blastoise follow through the crowd. And when you reach the stadium, you see challengers in the locker room, and they're waiting for your name to be called. You and Blastoise can barely contain your excitement. You can't help psych yourself up one last time.
I'm gonna be the very best.
Blastoise! Final evolution. When your name is called, you and Blastoise burst out onto the arena floor. Blastoise! Gary Oak is already there, and he's got that weird cheering section. Everyone here. Let's go, Gary! Let's go! Let's go, Gary! Let's go! And he calls out a Pokemon, and you thought it was supposed to be Bulbasaur, but it is not. It's Nidoqueen, and she is intimidating, and she looks angry. The battle is beginning. What will you do? Tell Blastoise to use its signature move, Hydro Cannon? Or, I don't know, maybe you can try and paralyze Nidoqueen with a normal type move, Body Slam? We can ask them what they think too. What do you guys think, Hydro Cannon? Body Slam? Or Hydro? Body Cannon! Hydro Slam! Did you say Hydro? Did somebody say Hydro Slam? Which one do you think?
Body Slam.
All right. Blastoise uses Body Slam. And uh-oh, not much happens. Gary looks a little bit confused.
Body Slam? Really? Is that what you brought to the championship? Nidoqueen, superpower! Again. Superpower!
This does not look good. Oh, Gary's Nidoqueen keeps pummeling. Oh, well, I guess you're unevolving into Squirtle. No, Squirtle. You watch in horror. No, as you lose to Gary. Oh.
Geez, kid, no wonder you lost. I have way more badges than you do.
Gary nonchalantly picks up his trophy before waiting for the awards ceremony and strides out of the stadium. The cameras follow him, and footage of him hopping over the door of his red Corvette and sliding into the driver's seat is broadcast to the entire stadium.
Smell you later, losers.
He shouts while driving off. You gather up your partner, and you find the nearest Pokemon Center. This is the end of your Pokemon journey. There's always next year. Please give it up for him. You did a really good job. Good job. Yeah. Oh, wait, before you guys go down. You guys are the first ones to make it up to the championship, so. And we got some hats for you.
Can we also get the hats?
Yeah. It's a rough journey. I mean, it took Ash how many times? 25 years. I know, because there was the orange.
Thank you.
Yeah. See, I always refer to that too. Do we have someone else who wants to come up here? We should maybe try and get somebody from all the way in the back. Did you want to come up? Yeah? I know, we do need a Bulbasaur. Did you want to come up? Oh. Okay. Oh my! Oh, I didn't even see this. Oh, who is that Pokemon? Could we get your name, please?
My name is Veronica.
Please give it up for Veronica! And I'm not sure if you can still speak from that, but could we get your name before you transform?
Landon.
Please give it up for Landon! Who is this Pokemon?
It's a Tyrant, obviously. It's all right.
So you've heard of some other trainers that have gone out. One has been eaten by rats. One almost made it through the championship. And Professor Oak has welcomed you into his office once again.
I'm so glad you could make it.
Oh my God.
Today is a very special day for young Pokemon trainer in Glimmertown. It's the day that you get your first Pokemon, your starter.
So cool. Professor Oak gestures to a Tyranitar. I mean, this is definitely not a Tyranitar.
I said Tyrant.
What do you have that's closest to a dinosaur? Maybe mixed with a plant or something.
All right, they're all wonderful Pokemon, but it sounds like you're leaning towards Bulbasaur.
I want Bulbasaur! Woo! Professor Oak hands you the Pokeball, labeled Larvitar. Bulbasaur. You hold it in your hands with awe.
Well, don't just stand there, kid. Meet your Pokemon.
You open the ball, and Bulbasaur jumps to the ground and inflates. Looking around with surprise, you think that it might have even come from a different universe. You might have captured it with Cappy. You don't even understand. Bulbasaur runs over to you and nuzzles against your face, almost knocking you over. And you try to mount it, but you're just not sure if that'll work at all.
I think so. Statistically, I'm not a very good professor.
Professor Oak is confused, but still smiles at you.
Now that it's you and Bulbasaur, you'll find even our little town has a lot to explore. Maybe you can impress your friends with your new Pokemon. I can also send you off to the train to visit Professor Jacaranda and continue your training. Maybe I'll send my grandson, Gary Oak, to meet up with you. He's starting his training too.
So, which one would you like to do?
I'm gonna explore the town.
All right!
So, how should you and Bulbasaur check it out? Your home city's got a wide variety of shopping options, specialty clothing boutiques, pastry stands, But your town is named for a mysterious glimmering Pokemon that used to live in the mysterious forest many moons ago. However, your mother always told you not to go in the mysterious forest because it is very dangerous. If you want to be a Pokemon, you might want to continue downtown and eventually to the Pokemon gym as you think,
I'm gonna be the very best.
So where would you two like to go?
My Bulbasaur is just a baby, so we're gonna stride proudly into Glimmertown.
Good choice, good choice.
Bulbasaur is catching the eye of quite a few people in the town. They've never seen one that looks like this before. It's a young lass in a teal skirt. It's a shiny Bulbasaur. Comes up to you. You know, that Bulbasaur's got a lot of appeal. And Bulbasaur says,
Bulbasaur!
And the young lass says to you,
You should take him down to compete in a beauty contest, huh?
You're not sure if Bulbasaur is contest ready, but I mean, it is a shiny Bulbasaur. So maybe you should have someone at the daycare look over it first. Never hurts to get some advice on raising your first Pokemon. Bulbasaur, how do you feel?
Bulbasaur!
I trust Bulbasaur. We're going to that contest.
You decide to be a little bit daring and hop on town towards the contest hall. And,
Bulbasaur, I want you to be the very best. Oh, I see there's more. And I know you do too. Together, we can do this.
The person running the contest hall sees you two and is in shock over the shiny Bulbasaur. Runs up, and their eyes light up.
Perfect. We need one more for this afternoon's beauty competition. What is your name?
Oh, do I keep my name? Am I still me? I'm Veronica.
Perfect. Let's get you and your Bulbasaur signed up and checked in. But oh no, Bulbasaur does not have a scarf. I have a few old ones. Let's get Bulbasaur holding one. And to the contest hall, post haste.
What just happened? I guess you two are going to be entering a beauty contest, right? Meowth. So, the person tosses their short black hair and hurriedly leads you through several doors and winding corridors and offers you one of 3 scarves. You hear them tapping their heels impatiently.
Pick a scarf already.
Okay. Now, Bulbasaur, we have a lot of options here. Are you feeling more pink? I know it reflects your delicate nature on the inside. We got green, that's really more of your leafy exterior. Blue, I don't know, maybe you just like blue. What do you think?
Bulbasaur!
Bulbasaur said that he wants pink.
Pretty pink.
Not sure I like the pink. But your Bulbasaur is so cute that it doesn't matter.
Bulbasaur is blushing from the praise. When the contest starts, Bulbasaur trots out on stage and does a little twirl. And shouts,
Bulbasaur!
The audience claps, laughs. Contest goes pretty well, and a Vulpix with incredible poise wins the prize. But you and Bulbasaur have a great time and get a lot of cheers. After a celebration with the other contestants, you head out of the contest hall to continue on your adventures. Your good mood is shattered, though, as someone shouts out at you.
Hey, losers!
You turn around and see Gary Oak.
Entering a beauty contest? I thought you wanted to battle like a real trainer, not some beauty school dropout.
That's it. You're gonna show this Gary Oak.
Ready to go?
Yeah. Let's go. Gary Oak calls out his Charmander, and you start to worry. The type matching has you and Bulbasaur on the defensive. Charmander's First attack hits Bulbasaur like a brick. To make matters worse, out of nowhere, a whole bunch of girls with pink pom-poms appear and start to watch the match and exclaim in unison, "Let's go, Gary! Let's go! Let's go!" Oh no, don't listen! But Bulbasaur shouts back, Bulbasaur turns to you, looking for command of what to do. You could try and use the normal type moves, or maybe try and defend.
The best offense is a good offense. Kill him, Bulbasaur!
You tell Bulbasaur to use some normal type moves. Feint, headbutt, pound, wrap, anything. You're not even sure. Gary and Charmander didn't see that coming. After a few rounds, Bulbasaur and Charmander are both running out of energy. It's close, but a final tackle pushes Charmander over the edge. That's it. You and Bulbasaur win. Gary is not a gracious loser.
This is the only time you'll ever beat me, you weirdo.
You laugh off his sad insult. This is just the start of you and Bulbasaur's adventures together. You're pretty sure you're going to successfully beat Gary again, and your path to the Pokemon League continues. You spend a whole bunch of years training powerful foes, more of these people here in the audience. You fight in organized league battles, all with Bulbasaur. You see Gary here and there again. And finally, you get to the league championships. And there's a place in town that has the option to evaluate your Pokemon, or you could go through a training montage like Rocky Balboa. Bulbasaur, how do you feel?
Bulbasaur!
As much as I want to see what the evaluation would do, I also kind of want to win this. Let's go train, Bulbasaur!
Ooh! You train hardcore, pushing yourself to the very limit. I'm not sure, but at least someone's doing push-ups somewhere. Dodging attacks. You fight against Misty Star, you eat Poke Beans. Push, jumping jacks, everything.
I don't know, he's got this big head and these little arms.
Because both of you are going to.
We're gonna be the very best.
With this training on, you see what? Bulbasaur is evolving. It evolves into, can you say Ivysaur?
Ivysaur!
And then it evolves into
Venusaur!
Eventually, you go out into a giant glowing stadium. You and Venusaur leading the crowd. And you've got all of your excitement together and you shout one last time, psyching yourself up.
I'm gonna be the very best!
Venusaur!
That's right!
And you see Gary Oak is there, the other challenger. And he's got that weird cheering section again, shouting.
Let's go, Gary! Let's go! Let's go, Gary! Let's go!
And you see, he doesn't have Charmander or even Charizard. It's Nidoqueen. She's intimidating and huge, and she looks angry. The battle will begin. What are you gonna do? Tell Venusaur to use its signature move? Frenzied Plant, or I don't know, Body Slam, or maybe even Frenzied Slam.
We're ready! We're going for the signature move!
Venusaur uses Frenzied Plant. The typing might not be in the favor, but the crowd loves it. They cheer. Venusaur feeds off the energy of the crowd, using the signature move again and again, throwing off Gary and Nidoqueen. They take a defensive stance but can't withstand it at all. Nidoqueen faints, and Gary starts throwing a fit. He looks confused.
This isn't fair. I was the first to leave home, and now I'm about to be dead last.
After the dust clears, only one Pokemon remains. You and your Venusaur. You beat Gary Oak and become the champion! You have beat Gary and become the champion. You have become the very best. Yay! What will you do in your new life as a champion? Any of these things? Or something else?
Me and Venusaur will continue to train and to teach others how they too can crush Gary Oak.
Very good. Thank you so much. Let me get you two some endings. You guys. Oh, the winking. We can share these too. Yes. So I know there's. Where is it? There's something in here. We'll find it for you. Where is it? Congratulations.
Yay!
Thank you so much for coming up. Please give it up once more for them.
You got the hats too.
So we've seen someone successfully become the league champion, but there are also ways to complete your Pokedex and also actually become other things, like you saw a little bit of the beauty contest and other things and more. I'm gonna actually let Sean or Jeff pick somebody from the audience for the next one. I'm terrified. Welcome. All right, which one of you is which one? Are you the trainer?
All right.
So first off, what's your name?
My name is Drew Domilovitz.
Oh, give it up for Drew Domilovitz. And what's your name before you become a Pokemon?
I'm Jay.
Give it up for Jay. So you've heard that there's at least one league champion out there, but it's a dangerous world. You can get eaten by Rattata. And Professor Oak has welcomed you on your very first day in his office.
I'm so glad you could make it. Apparently, I'm not reading the rest of that. Today is a very special day for you. Pick your Pokemon. They're all wonderful. Which one would you like to own?
All right, Pikachu, I choose you.
Gotta pick one on the screen, unfortunately.
He mentions that someone ran off of him.
All right, Charmander, we've got that.
So he hands you a ball that it looks like a Pikachu, but it acts like it knows the moveset of a Charmander.
I don't.
Oh, if you want to use a Pokeball.
The only ones I have are batteries and
Here.
electronics.
Do you want to use this as a
There
ball?
we go.
Oh, he's got one.
He's got a ball. Well, don't just stand there, kid. Meet your Pokemon.
There's nothing in there.
Can we hear a Charmander out of you?
What? Charmander.
You open the ball and Charmander jumps to the ground. You jump to the ground. Charmander looks around in surprise until it sees you and gets excited. It runs over and nuzzles your leg. And you reach down and pet it.
All right, you're already becoming friends with your Charmander. I think you're ready for an adventure.
Professor Oak smiles.
Now that it's you and Charmander, you'll find even our little town has a lot to explore. Maybe you can impress your friends with your new Pokemon. I can also send you off to train with Professor Jacaranda and to continue your training. Maybe I'll send my grandson, Gary Oak, to meet up with you. He's starting his training too.
So do you know if you'd like to go through the town or check out Rocky Shores?
I want to go to Rocky Shores with Charmander.
There we go. Rocky Shores. So he sends you off to the train station. And you've heard a lot about apparently only Jigglypuff inhabit train stations. There's only one seat on this very long train line, and if you want to sit down, you have to sit next to it. Or you guys can stand the whole time. Did you want to sit next to it or stand? We've got a very savage Pokemon trainer.
Pokemon only faint.
I guess it sounds like since he wants to attack it, I think he's joining it. So you sit next to it, and that's the last thing you remember. When you wake up, the train conductor is shouting,
Last stop, kid, Rocky Shores.
When you wake up and shuffle off the train, you stumble off the platform and you still have Charmander there, but you hear a nasty laugh from behind you.
Yeesh. You look like a bunch of unknowns got stuck to you and died.
As you turn around to confront the bully, you catch a glimpse of your reflection in the mirror. It seems like somebody drew all over your face. That must have been from that Jigglypuff. But at least you got some sleep on the ride. You now see it's Gary Oak laughing at you. He's surrounded by about a half dozen attractive lads and lasses in short skirts cheering.
Let's go, Gary! Let's go! Let's go, Gary! Let's go!
But you've got to retaliate against him. What would you like to say to him? You could say your mother and Professor Oak, or you smell like a trubbish.
You smell like a trubbish.
Gary laughs.
Kid, you and your lame Charmander are just such easy targets.
His cheering squad giggles at your insult and chants.
Let's go, Gary! Let's go! Let's go, Gary! Let's go!
They all turn back to the platform and ignore you. But you can see the ticket in his hand says train to the stadium. He must be going to the championships. You'll meet him eventually. You sort of wish you could follow him, because you know deep down inside that
I'm gonna be the very best.
Well, you should at least check out this city first. There's a lot to do in this town. You could go to the lab, or you could go to the gym, or you could go to the seaside caves.
What happens in the seaside caves?
I don't know. Do you want to go there?
Only one way to find out.
I want to go to the gym. I want to go to the Pokemon Center.
Oh, we don't have that one here. Do you want the lab, the gym, or the cave?
I want to go to the gym.
Ooh, let's go to the gym. It's sunset as you walk to the gym. The gym is on the cliffs overhanging the beach. It's the perfect place for an epic showdown. And you see the gym leader. Are his eyes still closed? And he says,
Hey kid, cool Charmander. I'm Brock.
You thought Brock was from Pewter City, but he's here at Rocky Shores. He seems pretty friendly, though. But you realize you're gonna have to challenge him to a battle. So you put on your best serious face. Serious face. And you shout, I'm
gonna be the very best!
And Brock shouts,
I believe in rock hard defense and determination.
Charmander leaps out. Ready to battle. Will you tell Charmander to use Ember?
No, Ember.
Unfortunately, he doesn't know any egg moves yet. You just got him from the professor. Or to defend this round.
I'm an Onyx this time.
So you can try Ember.
You scratch. No. Ember.
We've got Ember or defend. Which one do you want to try?
Use Ember.
Try Ember. Ember doesn't do much. Oh, but Charmander takes a beating from Geodude's rock and ground type moves. You try to defend. Do you want to go back and try and defend? Sometimes when we're playing these, who else when they read these books sometimes cheats and goes back? Yeah.
None of us ever did that, ever?
What? Shh, it's not. So, goes back and you defend. Charmander defends. Let's see defensive stance. Resisting Geodude's attacks. After a few rounds, you can see he's getting tired. You see the movement to make your move. Tell him to quick attack.
Charmander, use quick attack.
Charmander nods approvingly. And Charmander's normal type of moves aren't the most effective. Eventually, oh, that doesn't look good. They get the job done. You beat Brock! You got your first gym badge, and Brock's actually really nice. He heals your Pokemon and complements your battle style. Eventually, you could proclaim,
I'm gonna be the very best!
And your path to the Pokemon League begins. So you spend a whole bunch of years training, losing some battles, winning some battles, and you finally get to the Pokemon League. And you see that there's a place where you can either get your Pokemon evaluated, or you can try and go through a training montage.
What does evaluated mean?
Somebody like inspects and sees what the weaknesses and strengths are. Do you know that?
Training montage. Yeah.
You decide to train hardcore. Both of you each do push-ups. Jumping jacks. Jumping jacks. Fist bumping each other. Do you guys know how to floss? Eventually you can do all sorts of dances. And at the end of your training montage, you throw your hands up in the air and shout.
I'm gonna be the very
well, Charmander, sorry. And Charmander.
Wait, Charmander or Char?
Oh, not Charmander first.
Oh, Charmander.
But then Charmander evolves.
Charmeleon.
And eventually,
Charizard.
Eventually, you guys go out into a glowing stadium. And when you reach it, you and your Charizard can barely contain your excitement. And you can't help but psych yourself up and yell one last time.
I'm gonna be the very best! Charizard!
When your name is called, you and Charizard burst out onto the arena and see Gary Oak is there. He's got that weird cheering section again.
Let's go, Gary! Let's go! Let's go, Gary! Let's go!
Hey Gary, guess what? Your face looks like the underside of a boat.
He's not wrong.
I think we have a future Gary Oak in training right over here. As the battle begins, you must figure out what to do. You might know from this sequence last time. Do you want to tell Charizard to use its signature move, Blast Burn?
Sure.
Or?
Blast Burn! Charizard!
Charizard uses Blast Burn. Typing might not be in your favor, but the crowd cheers and applauds, eventually throwing Gary off. And he throws a fit. Gary looks a bit confused.
This isn't fair. I was the first to leave home, and now I'm about to be dead last.
After the dust clears, only one Pokemon remains. Your Charizard. You and Gary Oak, or you've beaten Gary Oak and become the champion. Have fun. Now, I don't think we have time to do any more of the endings. I'll get you guys a prize in a second. But we do have this story posted online. If you want to play through it, there are a ton of different endings. And if you want to check it out and play it at home. And if you have any feedback on any of the stories, we're trying to figure out cool new ways to do this, please let us know. But please give it up for our second set of league champions over here. I want to thank all of you guys for coming today. Please give it up for Jeff. We didn't even get to see Team Rocket. We'll have to make things a little shorter on some of them next time. Please give it up for Sean. Debbie. Thank you so much, Wolf Doctor, for making sure everything worked well. And thank all of you guys for coming, and have a great rest of the day at PAX.
Did we get his brother something too?
of legendary heroes. One man will rise to take all of the credit.
This game has something that no one else will. Me.
This is where the magic happens.
Hey, can I get a coffee? I'm coming on! Everybody has that game that they fell in love with because they make an impact. Those games were somebody's legacy. Well, this is my legacy.
Our legacy.
Our legacy, whatever.
It's not my legacy.
I have a BA in Women's Studies.
What exactly is women's studies?
It follows the experiences of women and the contributions they've made to...
Inquiry withdrawn.
Quick thing, I'm worried about the time.
Yeah, David, I'm moving as fast as I can. It's not my fault that these watermelons don't explode like real heads.
I can get you real heads. Not human.
That's commitment.
I built your vision. It's like you're this brilliant painter, and I'm your favorite brush. I'm just some tool to create your masterpiece.
I like that metaphor, but it's not quite right, is it?
Are you seriously about to noodle on my metaphor right now?
I know that I can be difficult, Papa. You can't give up. We're like the Beatles. Together, we make masterpieces. I could write the lyrics and the music and everything, but it would sound completely different without the drums.
Wait, I'm Ringo?
Well, yeah. Of course you're Ringo. I mean, look, somebody's got to keep the beat.
Oh my God! At least you brought me breakfast.
Oh, this is mine. It's prescription.
A prescription bagel?
Legally, you're actually not allowed to ask me about
Whatever.
In a world of legendary heroes, one man will rise to take all of the credit.
This game has something that no one else will. Me.
This is where the magic happens.
Hey, can I get a coffee?
I'm coming, Ian!
Everybody has that game that they fell in love with because they make an impact. Those games were somebody's legacy. Well, this is my legacy.
Our legacy.
Our legacy, whatever.
It's not my legacy.
I have a BA in Women's Studies.
What exactly is women's studies?
It follows the experiences of women and the contributions they've made to...
Inquiry withdrawn.
Quick thing, I'm worried about the time.
Yeah, David, I'm moving as fast as I can. It's not my fault that these watermelons don't explode like real heads.
I can get you real heads. Not human.
That's commitment.
I built your vision. It's like you're this brilliant painter, and I'm your favorite brush. I'm just some tool to create your masterpiece.
I like that metaphor, but it's not quite right, is it?
Are you seriously about to noodle on my metaphor right now?
I know that I can be difficult, Papa. You can't give up. We're like the Beatles. Together, we make masterpieces. I could write the lyrics and the music and everything, but it would sound completely different without the drums.
Wait, I'm Ringo?
Well, yeah, of course you're Ringo. I mean, look, somebody's got to keep the beat.
Oh my God! At least you brought me breakfast.
Oh, this is mine. It's prescription.
A prescription bagel?
Legally, you're actually not allowed to ask me about
Whatever.
it.
Oh man, you could have been anywhere in PAX right now, but you decided to spend an hour with us talking about the followers to Dark Souls, and we're so honored by that. Thank you so much. We're going to try to make it worth your time. Let me introduce us to you. My name is Aaron Suduko. I'm here with my best buds and colleagues, Matt McGill and Dan Hughes. We are video game analysts for With the Terrible Fate. Anyone heard of With the Terrible Fate before? Right on, okay. It's okay if you haven't, we're very small, but we're an online publication dedicated just to analyzing the storytelling of video games. That's the one thing we do, mostly through long-form written content on the website, withtheterriblefate.com, so check that out if you want to. But we also love coming out to cons like this and sharing what we think makes video game storytelling so special with all of you and hearing why you love it too. So thank you for that opportunity. We're really excited today to be talking about some of our favorite games that have spawned from Dark Souls and this little niche in video game storytelling that has been created with you. But before we get into it, I want to give you a little background on how this panel came to be. So around when Sekiro came out, anyone played Sekiro here? Love it. Okay, so Dan and I played it, and we had this kind of existential crisis because it seemed like it was too hard for us. And we had played all the Dark Souls games and Bloodborne before that, but we really thought we had reached the end of the rope in terms of what we were able to play that Hidetaka Miyazaki was putting out. And we ultimately persevered and got through it, but that really gave us this kind of come to Jesus gaming moment where we said, you know, these games have really been so central not only in what it is for us to play video game and why we love games so much, but also in why we think video game stories are so cool. Why don't we go back and play all of them, all of the Dark Souls games, all of Bloodborne and Sekiro, and see if we can get a sense of this guy's overall perspective, how he does what he does, and what he's even trying to do. So we did that, and we talked about it at PAX West, and then we thought, you know what another really cool thing is about Miyazaki is that a lot of other games have followed in his footsteps and kind of picked up what he was putting out there and offered their own twists and takes on it. So what we're going to be doing for the next hour is basically talking at you about these three games and why we think they're so interesting and add new, exciting complications to the way that Miyazaki tells stories. We really want to hear, though, from you about, you know, if you have questions about what we say or what your takes on these games are, or if there are other Souls successors that really excite you. So we're not going to have time for that in the room, but if you want to chat with us, the conversation is why we love these things the most. We're going to be hanging out by the windows near the escalator on that side of the auditorium for as long as you want to chat with us. So please, please, please find us there afterwards if you do want to keep the conversation going. But for now, we're going to get into it with these three games. And the good news is, even though I said we're going to be here for an hour, I can actually tell you all about these games in one slide, and then you can have your hour back and go on to do other things at PAX. So if you want to know about these games, here you go. JRPG Dark Souls, Metroidvania Dark Souls, Samurai Dark Souls. Now you know everything you need to know about these three games, and you can go on your way. Hopefully you understand I was joking. So I think we all agree that these kinds of labels and categories for games can be really useful when we're talking to friends, for instance, who might not be familiar with a game, and we just want to give them a snapshot of what the game is so that if they're interested, they can go and learn more on their own. But we're also here, and we're giving this panel because we worry that in some regards these labels can be detrimental to the video game community and to playing these games for a couple of reasons. First, if any of you have played any of these games, then you know without me telling you that to just put these labels on them does not do the game justice and reduces them to just a small fraction of what makes them exciting and innovative and great stories and experiences. But also, secondly, sometimes when you hear these kind of labels that purport to just tell you in an instant everything about what a game is, you can get discouraged from even playing them. And I'll give you a real-world experience of mine as an example. Up until I was doing prep for this very panel, I had never played Hollow Knight. And the reason for that was because I had heard it described just as Metroidvania Dark Souls, and I said to myself, oh, okay, you know, I've played all the Dark Souls games, I know what Miyazaki's about, I understand what Metroidvania is as a genre, I can put those two things together in my head, I understand what Hollow Knight is, no need to waste like tens of hours playing it, right? I can now tell you, having played it, that I was very wrong. So hopefully in this presentation, if you haven't played these games, we can convince you that there's more to them than just these labels, and you can go out and play them. So first, this is the question that we're going to be asking, right? In general, of these three games, we're going to ask, how have these storytellers with these games complicated Hidetaka Miyazaki's storytelling perspective? The word complicated being deliberate here, right? Not in a negative sense, but I think one of the things that's very interesting about Miyazaki is that he really does have kind of an all-encompassing philosophy and perspective about how video game stories are to be told. And when you have that kind of perspective, it can be difficult for you yourself to critique that perspective or add new nuances to it, because just everything that you produce is colored by that perspective. So when other game designers and storytellers come along and pick up on that legacy, they can offer new takes that kind of elaborate on and again complicate what Miyazaki was already doing. Of course, before we can ask that question of these games, we need a general sense of who Hidetaka Miyazaki is as a creator, right? And I want to preface this by saying, remember, we spent a full hour talking about this at another PAX, and you could easily have an entire convention dedicated to this. So I'm just going to give you literally the bullet points on a slide. Also, as a disclaimer, if any of you are Hidetaka Miyazaki super fans, you will know that he is, thankfully, a flesh and blood person who is still creating games, and he's created more than just the Dark Souls and Bloodborne games for which he's now known. But in terms of what we're looking at here and his perspective as a creator, we're going to be using him as synonymous for the creative entity that was responsible for the Dark Souls and the Bloodborne games that have kind of become their own genre since Dark Souls' inception. So with that in mind, there are 5 key points that I want us to keep in mind as we think about what Miyazaki has done with his own work, which then these other games have complicated in various ways. The first thing, of course, is difficulty. If you know anything about Dark Souls, even if you've never played any of them, you probably have it associated in your mind with really, really hard gameplay, dying a lot, not just hard gameplay, but also really hard to access story in the sense of being dumped in a world where you don't really know who your character is, what's going on, you're not even always sure of what your quest is, right? But beyond the difficulty and kind of naturally following up on the difficulty, you get this idea of self-doubt. When you fail many, many times, you wonder, oh my God, like I did with Sekiro, right? Am I good enough to mechanically complete this task? Or as you go through your quest and see that not much seems to be getting better in the world, or that not much even seems to be changing, you start to doubt if you're even really making a difference. What is the point of my quest? And if my quest is pointless, then what is the purpose of these tens or hundreds of hours that I'm sinking into these games? You can get some pretty full-blown existential crises out of playing Miyazaki's games, or at least I can, and I'm kind of taking a leap of faith here that some of you can relate to me, and I'm just not really bad at video games, which I am. I'm willing to accept that. More than just that, though, as you dig more into what Miyazaki does with these games, one of the things that I most love about his work is that he's great at marrying the form of his storytelling, that is the video game medium, with the content or the stories and the themes that he's concerned with. My favorite example of this is how he uses DLC. So let's take the Bloodborne DLC, The Old Hunters, as an example of that, right? Great DLC if you haven't played it. But one of the interesting things about this is, in very broad strokes, the DLC concerns itself with promising to give you answers to more of the mysteries that were central to Bloodborne, and then doesn't really deliver on it and kind of mocks you for seeking out those answers in the first place, right? Because if you think about Bloodborne, one of the core themes of that is how horrifying and unnatural it is to try to reach beyond the limits of your own knowledge and what you are capable of understanding as a human. And when you try to do that, things go insane really quickly. Namely, you go insane really quickly, right? So there's something unnatural about trying to solve those mysteries and get the answers that were so horrifying to you in the first place. Likewise, if you think about what it is to buy DLC, right? I think it's fair to say that we as gamers, when we purchase base games, are hoping that they're already complete, coherent, compelling experiences onto which nothing else needs to be added. You better hope that developers are shipping complete games that we're excited about as singular experiences. And yet, if a developer succeeds in doing that and we get this great thing that we love so much, there's some unnatural part of ourselves that wants more, even though we wanted that initial base game to be complete in the first place, right? So there's something that's a little perverse and unnatural about wanting both this complete, compelling game and DLC. And Miyazaki picks up on exactly that with the themes of Bloodborne and reaching beyond the limits of your knowledge. Great marriage of form and content. In a similar vein, right, Miyazaki is acutely aware that even if it's not a necessary aspect of video games, the way that we play them now is totally cyclical. As soon as we finish a game, if it's a great game, we want a new game plus it, right? We want to make different choices, try it again, experience it anew. And he's taken that to heart in the stories that he tells by making them cyclical. Every end is a beginning. It's all about these cycles and these bizarre, tainted worlds that you can try to stop, but more often than not end up just perpetuating in one way or another, right? And then finally, cohesiveness. I think cohesiveness is kind of a catch-all umbrella term for what we more often think about with Miyazaki in the item descriptions of Dark Souls. So if you know anything about Dark Souls beyond the fact that it's really hard, right, the other thing it's kind of become iconic for is how it manages to tell a story through item descriptions, whereas usually a sword would just be described in a game as, you know, a powerful sword or whatever. Miyazaki appends to each item description some little bit of lore or detail about the world that's related to that item, so that as you're grasping for any detail to try to understand this mysterious story that's all around you, you can actually use the item descriptions to try to decipher this and decode the pieces. And in that way, I think one of these core tenets of Miyazaki is that every aspect of the game, no matter how small and no matter how seemingly unrelated to story, ought to bend to the singular theme and message and ideas that you're considering in the game, and in fact to its story, which is what we see in the item descriptions. One thing that I touched on very briefly in that synopsis of Miyazaki's perspective, which I want to just mention again because it'll come up later in a couple of the games we're talking about, is that as you think about those various aspects of what he's concerned with, self-doubt, form matching content, cycles, one thing that naturally falls out of that in many of his games and works inspired by Miyazaki is confronting the player with this choice about whether or not they want to continue whatever cycle is happening in this festering world that they've discovered throughout the game, right? More often than not, especially in Miyazaki, whose games seem to be rather bleak, especially in their conclusions, it seems like there's no real way to end the cycle, even if there are multiple endings that give you the illusion of ending it, right? So we can talk more about that later. A couple of these games do touch on it, and that's one of the most interesting things to me about what this guy is all about. So with that in mind, as a very brief crash course on what Miyazaki does in his games, we're going to move to 3 games that were not created by Miyazaki, but that I hope you'll all agree with me were clearly inspired by his works and are in one way or another responsive to those works. We're going to consider them each in turn and consider why they're so awesome, because I think we're all in agreement that these are 3 games that are masterpieces in their own right and are worth playing and are not mere clones of Dark Souls, which is part of the point of what we're after in this presentation, right? So, of Code Vein, Hollow Knight, and Nioh, we will be asking 3 things. First, how is this game like Miyazaki's work? Why is it so clear that it's inspired by Dark Souls and Bloodborne and these games with which we're familiar? Secondly, how is this game not like Miyazaki's work? Where does it diverge? And then finally, given that we have these similarities and these differences, what, if anything, can that dissonance within those games teach us about Miyazaki or otherwise complicate about how we think about Miyazaki and what he's trying to tell us? And with that in mind, we'll jump into the first. So I will ask you, as a way of starting off, how many of you have played this game already? That's great. I talked about it at PAX South only a month ago, and it was maybe just 3 hands in the auditorium, I swear to God. So I'm glad that it's getting around a little bit. This is a great game. I'm going to try to convince you it's not just JRPG/anime Dark Souls. So if that's the reason why you've been staying away, I hope I can convince you to pick it up and play it. It's a really great game. Namely, what I want to talk about, though, with regard to Miyazaki and how this complicates his perspective, is this idea that maybe as a player, when you're trying so hard on just overcoming the challenge of beating a game technically, it can become very hard to be invested in and actually care about the characters whom you're putatively trying to save or help improve the lives of. And that, as you think about it, can make you feel like a monster who's scarier than anything that can be dreamt up in an RPG itself. So, with that in mind, before we get into the argument, let's talk about how this game is alike and unlike Miyazaki, right? It's clearly inspired by these Miyazakian games, mostly in terms of the mechanics of it, right? There are these blood springs that you find throughout the world that are clear analogs to the bonfire system in Dark Souls. The combat is ridiculously hard, at least for me. I died many times trying to get through this game. And another thing that we didn't mention about Miyazaki, but that's become closely associated with him, I think, is that as you go through these various areas of the world, you'll feel very disoriented in the beginning. There are many different paths, but as you begin to clear the world and discover different paths, you see that it's all closely interconnected, like the different mechanisms of a clock. There are different shortcuts to get you from one place to another, so that as you get through the game, the entire world actually makes a lot of sense, and the web of paths from one way to another is very satisfying. But Code Vein also takes a lot from JRPGs that you wouldn't see in a Miyazakian work. Namely, it's really character focused. So if you think about your favorite JRPG, no matter what it is, I'm willing to bet there's a big focus during the 60 to 80 to 100 hours you spend playing it on explaining to you who these characters are, who the multiple characters in your party are, because in JRPGs, it's usually a party-based system as opposed to just the singular avatar you get in something like Dark Souls or Bloodborne. And it's really important, perhaps in part because the games are so long, to get you, the player, invested in really caring about these characters. So you learn about their backstory, you learn about their relationships, you discover why they're on this quest that you, the player, are working to complete, so that it's just as meaningful to you as it is to them, and you want to help them achieve their ends, right? And then, of course, one thing that might seem relatively minor, but is a big departure from Miyazaki, is the fact that there's a lot of clear exposition, so you know what's going on all the time. If you go through Dark Souls, like I said, it's a bit of a scavenger hunt to discover what the story is. And in fact, you can get to the final boss, like I did on the first run, without really having a clear concept of who this dude is, what he's doing here, and why I'm trying to kill him, right? That's not possible in Code Vein, because it has this JRPG style. There's a lot going on and a lot to keep track of, but the characters very deliberately spoon-feed it to you, so you know, again, who they are, right, what they care about, what your role in all of this is. And I think this is summarized very nicely in this screenshot from the game. This is before you fight my favorite boss, this mad scientist character named Mito. You'll see Mito's in the background having just explained to you in maybe a 3-minute cutscene what his goals are, what his evil plan is, so you know all about that. You have your party in the foreground, so it's not just one-on-one. You have a team against this evil big bad you have to beat. And over the course of the area leading up to Mito, you've gotten a lot of opportunities to learn about the relationships the characters in your party have to Mito, and to, if you so choose, try to make it meaningful that way. That's where Code Vein diverges from Miyazaki, right? Those are the basics. But now I want to submit to you that when we actually think about how Code Vein goes back and interrogates the assumptions of Miyazaki's storytelling, it does something much more interesting than just that by using those JRPG elements. Namely, I think if you consider JRPGs as this kind of storytelling that turns around big reveals, which I think is often the case, we can think about Code Vein its big reveal as being nothing that happens within the game per se, but rather, as you go through this game, you discover that one of the main antagonists, this woman named Cruz, who you see on the left side of the screen, actually bears a number of very uncomfortable similarities to you, the player, and what you're doing as you go through this game and play it. And so I want to tell you a little story about who Cruz is and why she's important in Code Vein's world, and then how that is very like what we do every time we pick up and play a video game, and why that should maybe make you at least a little bit uncomfortable, especially when you play Miyazaki-inspired games. Let's talk a little bit more in depth about the story of Code Vein first. So, Code Vein takes place in the near future. There's been this big cataclysmic event called the Great Collapse that's never really elaborated upon within the story of the game. We just know that these great horrors appeared and laid havoc on the world. Humanity was on the verge of extinction. They needed to figure out a way to defeat these beasts and survive, right? Thankfully, they got help from these little critters called boar parasites. And these parasites have an interesting function. They can attach to the hearts of hosts, take over basically every function in their body, including the brain, and allow them to be revived from death. So suddenly, you have these deathless super soldiers called revenants who are able to effectively fight back these horrors and help mankind to survive. One little problem, though, as usually happens, these parasites do come with a price, and the price in this case is this bloodthirst that can eventually, strip a host of their humanity, drive them insane, turn them into these just violent husks with no concept of themselves or others. That seems bad, even if it's the only way to perpetuate humanity, right? So, humanity came up with a great project to fix this, as humans do. This was called Project Queen, and the idea was maybe we can develop this deathless, omnipotent entity that's able to govern the revenants, quell their bloodthirst, help them retain their rationality and sense of self, so that then they'll be more perfect super soldiers and able to achieve the ends of preserving humanity. And this is where Cruz Silva comes in, whom you see there, because she was the successful subject of this project who became the queen who was going to govern the revenants, right? Except, turns out, the same thing that happened to the revenants then happened to her. She frenzied, started going crazy, and when you have this omnipotent, deathless creature who's even more powerful than the revenants, suddenly you have a new existential threat to humanity, even though this all came about by trying to quell the first one, because that's what happens in a JRPG, right? So humans come up with this new project, aptly named Project Queenslayer, to try to figure out a way to deal with Cruz. And it turns out the only way to really limit her power and keep her benign towards this world over which she has agency is to separate her being into these different relics and to entrust these different characters who have strong wills and are able to significantly resist her influence with those relics and basically have those characters become living cages for the relics, thereby keeping Cruz separated and diffuse across the world and thereby harmless. Of course, your character is introduced to the game when this system is threatened to fall apart, and you have to figure out a way to prevent Cruz from coming back. But that's the headlines for what I want to talk to you about. Now, I'm going to tell you a very similar story about you just by changing a few of these words. So, think first in broad strokes just about what a video game is, all right? It's a story, right, with these characters, and these characters are representations or gestures at people, right? We know, of course, the characters are not real people, I should hope. With video games, though, they're distanced from the reality of what a person is by an extra degree, right? Because they're able to make choices and they're able to be basically reset from death, not unlike these revenants that we encounter in Code Vein, right? That's part and parcel of what it is to play a video game. That's how the medium works, and that's how avatars work in particular, right? But they're kind of inhuman and incapable of rationality on their own terms, right? They need the help of an additional entity, this deathless, omnipotent agent who acts upon their world, acts upon them from the outside. This queen-like entity who takes the form of you, the player, who's able to pick up the controller and make choices on their behalf and effectively impute them with your humanity as you make decisions for the avatar that hopefully, if you care about the world and are invested in the outcome, are rational choices that lead towards whatever goal the game has set out for you. Right? And in that vein, right, important that you care about the world so that you can, in fact, make choices that cohere with the story and that make your avatar seem like a rational entity. And it seems like if we go back to the roots of JRPGs in particular, one of perhaps the only and certainly the easiest way to make you care about that world and the characters in it is to spend time getting you ingratiated with the characters, especially the most compelling ones, so that you actually care about the stakes and what they care about. Not unlike how the will of Cruz is diffused amongst these strongest-willed individuals in order to keep her benign with respect to the overall world, right? But then Code Vein asks this kind of scary question, which is it possible to get you, this horrifyingly powerful entity who is beyond the purview of the game's rules, to care about these characters in a world where everything is focused on violence and death, and merely doing whatever you can mechanically to get to the end by any means necessary? It seems to suggest that that's at least very difficult, if not impossible. And it does so through an interesting inversion of what a JRPG is. So I told you that it borrows the character-drivenness from JRPGs as an overall genre. That's true, but it makes a couple of really interesting choices that makes it actually very hard for you as a player to access and care about those character backstories and relationships that are essential to how the game's story works. In the first place, one thing that I need to tell you about Revenants, which I haven't already, is that as they die over and over again, they lose knowledge of their past selves. Their memories are locked away in these vestiges that are basically dropped all over the world where they died previously. So you can learn about all of these characters, but in order to do so, you need to go out of your way to collect these vestiges, many of which are hidden. So if you're in a purely Miyazakian mentality of, I need to figure out whatever I have to in order to get to the end of this game, and I just need to focus on what it takes to beat the next boss, it's very easy to just ignore these vestiges altogether and leave them to the side, making you more callous towards the characters because you simply don't know them, and thereby making you a little bit less of a beneficent god. As you throw your characters whom you don't really care about over and over again at these bosses with the hope of getting to the end of the game. But even a little more sinisterly, if you take the time to get these vestiges and try to get to know these characters, as you collect these memories and you're able to share them with the Revenants who possess those memories, the Revenants don't really seem to care that much. They have the same appreciation towards them that we might have if we were to watch a movie about someone who vaguely resembles us. They think it's interesting and they're grateful that you're making the effort, but it's not as if they've suddenly recovered the memories they lost through amnesia and now they're going to go and save their long-lost love or something like that. It's more of just an intellectual or aesthetic experience for them, and they don't seem to care that much. So even when you put in the effort to try to get to know them, they kind of rebuff you, and you're left wondering, okay, are these characters really worth caring about? I guess I'd better just focus on doing whatever I can to complete the game, even if it means thinking about the characters in my party as these chess pieces and these tools that I can deploy and kill over and over again to reach the end of the game and save the world, even though I don't seem to care that much about the people in it. And you do seem to save the world at the end, or at least you get to perpetuate the world, because the interesting thing about Code Vein on top of all that is that it does, in Miyazakian fashion, have multiple endings. It has 3 endings, but no matter which ending you get, you kind of seem to perpetuate the world in one way or another, and in each case you do so by sacrificing at least one member of your party and using them purely as a tool. Even in what is known as the true or good ending, you sacrifice one character in order to perpetuate that world. And so it seems like in the review, yes, you've completed the game, you've done the thing you set out to do, but you've done so by forsaking the humanity of these characters in favor of just using them as tools for the completion of the game and the sustaining of this world as the cycle continues, and good for you, you go on to New Game Plus. What does this mean for Miyazaki? Well, first, I want to distance myself from one thing this does not mean for Miyazaki so that we're all on the same page. I hope that you all agree with me when I say it is certainly not the case that video games cause violence, and people who think that are very silly and don't know what they're talking about. That's not what Code Vein is talking about, but it is an interesting meditation on how violent video games, especially those that are so self-consciously focused on dying many times in order to beat various obstacles, such as Miyazaki's, can pull apart your interest in the story and the characters of a game from the function of a game as a game, something that you have to beat and accomplish. Right? Because when a game is so hard and so challenging and you have to try many times and iterate and think strategically, it can be very easy, I think, at least for me, to stop caring about these characters as people worth being invested in, even though the goal of the game, you would think, is to improve the world for those very characters. And it seems like there can be something kind of, at minimum, perverse and backwards, paradoxical about that. But at most, as you think about it, it can cast you, the player, as this kind of parasitic or indeed vampiric entity entity who plays with these pawns just for the sake of making the world within which the game exists go on to another cycle where you can play the game again. To what end? Not really clear, but certainly not for the end of those characters within that world. So, on that very pessimistic note, I hope you at least think now that Code Vein is sufficiently interesting to play, and we're going to lighten up the mood with something much more optimistic from Matt.
Thanks. Thank you, Aaron. So now we're going to turn to the world of bugs. So has everyone here or some people played or heard of Hollow Knight? All right. Sorry, Aaron. Okay, so when we talk about Hollow Knight, I think what I want to particularly focus on is particularly this idea of difficulty. And one thing we can all agree on is that if we've played Dark Souls, it's definitely a difficult game. You know, you're put into this world and you have no idea what's going on or where you're supposed to go, and you're going through this very challenging combat, and you're dying all the time. And so from a gameplay perspective, we can definitely say that Dark Souls is a hard game, right? And Aaron alluded to this before, but I think it's also important to state that difficulty is also part of the story. Understanding what's going on in this world is also very challenging. You know, if you want to get any idea of what's going on, you really have to go out and look at item descriptions or even these whatever small tidbits or hints that you can find in order to piece together anything. And usually, at least for me, you still get to the end and you have no idea what's happening or what's going on. It's very hard. And so when we think about Hollow Knight, I think Hollow Knight is also a very challenging game. You know, from a gameplay perspective, it's a Metroidvania, so there's platforming in it that's very difficult, as well as insane boss fights like I have here depicted. You fight against a moth god called the Radiance that just destroys you over and over again. And you know, I mean, there's a lot of boss fights that are really hard, and I struggle with them a lot. So, but I think the comparisons go a little bit deeper in terms of Hollow Knight. I mean, we've talked about the obvious, which is the difficulty. There's also very unforgiving deaths as you go through the overworld, where when you die, you lose all of your money at that time, and you must return to that spot, which is very much similar to a Dark Souls game. And I think also for Hollow Knight, it has a non-linear cryptic story that you have to kind of piece together as the player. And I know that we've all at least heard of Hollow Knight, but just as a very brief synopsis, right? You are this unnamed knight, and you just are dropped in this world, the world of Hallownest, which is this forgotten kingdom that's gone through many different phases, at one time being ruled over by a king, and then having this moth god called the Radiance infect the world and create kind of a hive mind among the bugs. And then this god was tried to be sealed away using these vessels that were created, of which you are one of them. And now that this god is kind of sealed away, but parts of it are still like coming out, that's kind of the setup. And so you're just kind of thrown in there, and you don't really know exactly what's going on at that time. In this part of the history, you kind of have to figure out for yourself. And so that does really create a story experience that itself is very cryptic and very Dark Souls-esque. But beyond the comparisons, there's definitely a lot of differences in what Hollow Knight does to the Dark Souls approach that I think complicate it in very interesting ways. And so I want to return to two of the points that Aaron brought up at the beginning. And right, we've already talked about one of them, difficulty, the idea that the game does not owe the player anything, does not owe them reward or access for anything they complete in the game. The other idea is cohesiveness, that every part of the game, from dialogue to item descriptions, should be part of one storytelling experience. And we're going to go through these and see how Hollow Knight complicates these different ideas. So I wanted to start with what I think is my favorite boss fight in the game, and that's the Mantis Lords. And the setup for this is that you come into the game and you're going through this kind of like desolate world a lot of times, and then all of a sudden you come across this village that's full of these hostile mantises, and you get to the end and you find the Mantis Lords and you can challenge them to a fight, right? And if you go through this very exhilarating, fast-paced fight, and if you win, you get this achievement that's called respect. And that's really different from what Dark Souls decides to do. So I have an example of some achievements that you can get in Dark Souls. So just to read through one of them, one achievement you can get is defeat the bed of chaos. You got it for defeating the bed of chaos. So what Dark Souls does is when it gives you these achievements, it's like, you did it, good job. And then you're left thinking, okay, like, what was there to be gained from that? Like, did I get anything out of it? Where do I go now? Versus with Hollow Knight, even just with this tiny little thing, just giving you this achievement called respect after beating the Mantis Lords. There's some meaning in that, and what happens is that after you beat the boss, then all of a sudden the boss bows to you, you go back into the village, and now all of the hostile creatures are just letting you go by, and they give you rewards. And that starts to give you a little bit of a hint as to maybe like what's going on. You start to wonder, why would they give me respect? Were they waiting for me? Was there someone who was here before? Am I supposed to go do something next and get respect from someone else? You know, is it part of one big effort? So I think what Hollow Knight is doing, even just with something so small, is it's giving the player little hints of information about what is actually going on in the story so that it's not necessarily so cryptic and you don't have to go looking into the far reaches of the world to get any meaning out of what you're finding. And another example for that, to me, is the cartographer. One of my favorite characters in the game, his name is Cornifer. And what happens is that as you're going through this world of Hollow Knight, which is very complicated, this twisting, winding world with all different like secret hidden places, you can happen upon this guy here, and he'll give you part of a map. You can buy a map from him, and he'll give you kind of a bare bones where to go and where you've been, and you can fill in the rest yourself. That's not really very Dark Souls, I think, if we've all been there, right? You go out in a Dark Souls game, and they do not give you a map, and you have no idea where you're going. And I think, to me, what this is doing is captured a bit in this quote that I would like to read to you. And he says, "Unless you're well prepared, I'd urge you to leave. Though, if you're feeling strong enough to descend, would you like to buy my map?" And I think what he's saying to you is a bit that you can still gain a lot from the game by just going through maybe the less treacherous, easy parts of what's available there. He gives you this bare bones map, and it kind of gives you a general lay of the land. You can know what's going on. Though if you're up for the challenge and you do decide to take it on, you can go into these much more difficult areas and also get a lot of satisfaction, meaning, and accomplishment out of going through those. And just to hammer home this point, Dark Souls 2 has this cartographer that you can happen upon, and he's trying to make a map of all the bonfire locations. As you return to him more and more, he starts to go crazy. And I think what the game is doing is it's kind of laughing at the idea that you would even try to have a map of a Dark Souls game and try to figure out where you are. Versus a game like Hollow Knight, it's giving you a little bit and it's encouraging you to make your own map and explore it more. And along the same lines, the idea of having many different ways to play a game and getting satisfaction out of it, I wanted to talk about the different endings. So for me, there's two main endings to Hollow Knight. I'm going to call them the easy ending and the hard ending. So the easy ending is just you go through, you do all like the main quest stuff, beat most of the bosses, and you get to the end, and that sealed away vessel, you can defeat him, and then you take in this moth god essence into yourself, and then you are sealed away, and it's done. So in that way, you're kind of like perpetuating some cycle, just give a bit of meaning as to, you know, if you're thinking you're playing this game, who am I? What am I doing here, right? It makes you think, okay, maybe this was my purpose. You can get some satisfaction over just going through the more like base part of the game and getting to the end. But then also, there's this extremely difficult ending that you can also try for, which involves some insane platforming, and then you actually have to defeat the moth guy, which if you're me, takes many hours. But you also get a very satisfying ending where you defeat the Radiance and then you end the cycle. and it means something completely new for the world. But what I'm trying to distill out of this is that both of these endings in and of themselves are satisfying, and to me it's kind of like what Cornifer was saying to us before, which is that you can go as far as you want, still get a lot out of the game, go through whatever parts of the difficulty that you'd like. So, returning back to our point of what does the game owe you, and I think what Hollow Knight is telling us is that you can still make a game challenging in a really smart way by giving the player just a little bit. The game doesn't necessarily have to always be in a attitude that it completely does not owe the player anything, and it can often make for a more engaging experience. And then returning to this idea of cohesiveness, I wanted to go to the idea of item descriptions, which Aaron already talked about, right? So as you're going through Dark Souls and you're trying to understand what's even going on in this game, you start to go through like a menu and you're just reading item descriptions, and it's very onerous, and you just find out that there's some like king that was here like thousands of years ago, and you're like, I don't know what's going on with that. And what Hollow Knight actually does is I think it has like a direct rebuttal to that. And there's this relic collector in the game. And as you're going through the world of Hollow Knight, you can find these journals and these seals, and us being trained Dark Souls players are like, oh, okay, I can gain something from this. Maybe this will tell me something about the world. Maybe I should obsess over this. And then this relic collector just goes and tells you, oh, Wanderer's Journal, well, I'll just throw it in the pile and I'll get to it. Or, oh, it's a seal. That's not meaningful. And then sometimes he just tells you to leave. And so I think what the game is doing is it's directing you towards like what can and can't be meaningful. You don't need to obsess over all these small details in order to get something out of like a potentially cryptic story. That certain things can be just so superfluous that like, is there a need to create a game so cryptic that that's what you focus on? There's even a boss called the Collector who becomes obsessed with documenting, right, and capturing all these like small creatures in Hallownest, and you find him in this creepy love tower and then you kill him. So, but to me it's along the same lines of just like, there's no need to obsess over these very tiny details. Not everything is important in order to tell a cohesive story where everything feels one as part of the storytelling process. And just to wrap it all up, I think that in this kind of post-Dark Souls time, where there's a lot of new games coming out, one of the things to do in becoming a Dark Souls-like game or influence game is they're like, well, I'll just tell a really, really cryptic, impossible to understand story, and that's the point, right? And that's not the point, right? It doesn't, you go into these stories, and if they're just so impenetrable, you reach the end of the game and it feels completely dissatisfying. You don't even know what you just went through. And I think Hollow Knight has found this right balance in terms of the proper way to tell a cryptic yet engaging story in the ways that it's decided to diverge from a Dark Souls perspective. To me, as you're going through Hollow Knight and you're going through this world that's called Hallownest, it's almost like an excavation of this place that you're in, where you're just going through and you're trying to document the history and figure out for yourself and lay your own interpretations as you go through this world. And I think in that way, it kind of makes Hollow Knight this like grand adventure that goes a bit beyond in some of the ways Dark Souls can feel like an adventure. So that's all I got to say about Hollow Knight. So thank you guys, and I'm going to turn it over to Dan.
All right. Hey, everybody. Thanks, Matt. On the subject of history and putting stories together, I'm actually going to take you back about 400 years, back to the end of the Warring States period in Japan. So at that time, all the disparate clans of Japan were fighting amongst each other, trying to gain control of different areas. And luckily, at the end of the 1600s, depending on how you look at it historically, in terms of luck, a guy named Tokugawa Ieyasu and a couple of his buds put together what became the Tokugawa shogunate that lasted for 250 years after that, until the Americans came along and, well, they came along. So This game takes place right at that crucial, volatile moment at the end of the Warring States period, right when the Tokugawa shogunate is about to start up. And what I think it does is gives us a very interesting perspective, not only on history, but on art and how we view it. So, how many people have played Neo? All right, good amount. So, for those of you who haven't, I'm going to give you a very basic rundown. Like I said, it's a historic fantasy that's set in that time that I just described. So very volatile, interesting time, but it's, I'm assuming, a bit different from what really happened because there's demons everywhere. And so you go back and you explore this time period in Japan as the fictionalized version of a man named William Adams. He's the character that you play as. Now, William Adams was a real man who went to Japan during this time, but just like the setting, he's also sort of highly fictionalized in this game. And then the other aspect of this game that makes it very fantastical is that you have these guardian spirits. All of these different characters and real-life people who existed back then each have a spirit that stands to their side and protects them, and also represents sort of who they are and the ideas that we associate with them in some way, shape, or form. William, the reason why we're playing as him in this game is because he has a very special spirit that gets taken by Lord Snakeface over there on the left. So the game starts in England. Snake Guy takes that spirit and absconds to Japan with it. And so your mission, like William, is to go and retrieve it. And that's sort of the setup for why William is at this place at this time, and all of the history that happens is almost coincidental to what he wants to do. Now, when we're talking about Neo, the first thing you notice is, like these other games that we've talked about, there's a lot of similarities to Dark Souls, least of all being that Neo's pretty hard. It has its own "you died" screen. You're gonna see it a lot. And they actually have levels of difficulty in it, unlike a Dark Souls game, where you can make things harder and harder and harder, right? There's also the idea of a customizable character. Even though you're playing as a named person, you can give him different builds. You can be a tank, you can be sort of a magic user. There's a lot of different ways that you can play Neo. But what I'm going to be focusing on here are two key components that this game does really well and explores very loudly. And that is the idea of the outsider and being a stranger in a place that you don't understand. And also an emphasis on these cycles that we've been talking about, namely that of life and death. So our focus here today, like I said, talking about the outsider. Neo is incredibly smart about how it talks about not only what it would be like for an outsider to go to Japan at this time, but also what it's like for us to be going to it at this time and experiencing it in this way. The other thing it does very deftly is that spirit that William is chasing after. I told you all of them have special powers. So William's special power, among a few of them, is that he can come back from the brink of death. Very handy ability to have when you're in Japan during the end of the Warring States period. So moving swiftly on, let's talk about that outsider otherness aspect. How many of you are familiar with the term gaijin? Okay, so for those of you who aren't, it's a Japanese term that literally means outside person or outer person. It's usually used in a derogatory sense to make you aware that you are not belonging in this place and that you do not understand what's going on. So in that sense, William Adams, the first Englishman to ever come to Japan, is the perfect outsider. And so lucky us, we get to play as him. And what's interesting about him, both in real life but particularly in this game, is that he's thrust into this foreign conflict that he has no context for. Remember, his only reason for going to Japan in this game is to beat up Snake Guy. So all of the history that happens around him is completely coincidental. The side that he's on is just happenstance, it's just luck. Had he landed on a different shore in Japan, who knows who he would have teamed up with, who knows what would have happened to him. But most importantly, especially when we're talking about Miyazaki and Dark Souls-esque games, is that he's a stranger in a strange land. Just like all of those games that we've been talking about, the main character, the one that you play as, your avatar, often enters these strange worlds with little to no context about what's going on. Add on top of that he also has a very strange power associated with him, and you get a much better idea of what it means to be an outsider. So back to those guardian spirits that I was talking about. This special power that William has, this guardian spirit, it affords him a lot of great things in the world of 1600s Japan. First of all, it gives him a purpose. That's why he's there in the first place, like I've mentioned. But second, he also gets these nifty abilities to completely understand what everyone is saying to him. Because odds are, when you're the first Englishman to go to Japan, you don't know much Japanese. So luckily, he can understand everybody and ingratiates himself into the Tokugawa clan that way. He also has a bunch of different mystical, magical powers that help you fight the demons along the way and all of that. But most importantly, of course, is that he can come back to life, no matter how many times he dies. And if this is all starting to sound a bit familiar, it's because we share a lot of similarities with William. When we're going to this world, we're kind of the perfect gaijin in the sense that I'm sure at least most of us don't have any feudal Japan experiences. I don't know what you get up to. But I would think that when you're coming to this game, it's as strange to you as it is to this person, William Adams. You're also, when you think about video games, aren't we always thrown into a conflict just by pure arbitration? There's no sense, or arbitrariness, there's no sense of whose side you're on, and luckily, most of the time we have to be on the good side. But it's not always the case, and that happens here too. And much like William, we can also come back from the brink of death as many times as we like. So long as we keep wanting to try and figure out a way to beat the game, we don't die. The person playing the game doesn't die in the world of the game, right? So, on top of that, we also share a lot of the same sort of mystical abilities that William does. We also have that purpose, got to beat up that snake guy. And what's great about video games is that much like how William can understand whatever is being said to him, we have the mystical power of subtitles for us. So we understand what's going on too. And of course, I keep coming back to this, almost as if it's cyclical. You do not die when you're playing a video game. You can come back as many times as you like, as long as you want to keep trying. But if you're hearing me so far, you're probably thinking, all right, Dan, well, that all sounds pretty normal for a Dark Souls-esque game. It sounds kind of stock standard. Why are we talking about Neo right now alongside these other games? And here's the reason. Neo is an amazing example of magical realism being used to tell a story. A heightened reality that you get to engage in that in some ways mirrors what may have actually happened historically. But I'm not sure. Now, I went to school for Japanese history. I don't know how many scholars we have among us. I'm pretty sure that if Hattori Hanzo had a cat, it didn't look like either of those photos. So you already kind of get the idea that you're in this fairy tale mystical world, right? And that does a lot of interesting things for these tropes that we want to analyze. Namely, it makes them very, very loud. So I think that in the games that we've talked about thus far, all of the tropes that we've mentioned, they're in the back of your mind. You're thinking about them. But it's subtle. It's not really the crux of what you're engaging with. It's things that you think about maybe after you're playing it. That doesn't happen in Neo. You think about it all the time, because everything in Neo is turned up to 11, and everything is almost cartoonish in how it's presented to you. And what that does is it makes you acutely aware of these things that you may not have been thinking about before playing a game like this. Suddenly, that idea of being the other and having self-doubt about who you are is right on the forefront with William Adams. Suddenly, this idea of the cyclical nature of life and death is right on the forefront with this guy's purpose. He wants to get this thing back that allows him to do this and be at one with that spirit. And this leads to, I think, the ultimate kind of point of what we're talking about with not only Miyazaki, but these successors to him and what they can do. So I have a nifty diagram up here for us that I think illustrates how we naturally engage with not only history, but art, and then our analysis of both of those things. So about 400 years ago, the Tokugawa shogunate started up and set the stage for modern Japan. Set the stage so well, in fact, that about 400 years later, a young upstart named Hidetaka Miyazaki decided, I'm going to make everyone break their controller at once and make Dark Souls. And so after that came out and had great success and influenced a lot of people, ragtag group of people called Koei Tecmo decided to make Neo, which was in response to not only the history that had happened in the world, but also this game that came out and affected how we play games and think about them on the whole. And then what's great about this cycle is, and I think if you've thought about games like we do, and like I know you all do, then you realize that thinking about it is a cycle. You think about a new idea, and then you put that idea into conversation with some of the old things that you thought about, and then you go back to the new idea and you tweak it, and then that gives you a better appreciation for what you were talking about in the first place, to the point where these things that we love in the first place become that much more important to us because we have the time to sit and think about them in all these different and exciting ways. And so in that way, I like to think that Neo is a piece of art much like a Japanese woodblock, in that you can see up here I have two depictions of the man William Adams, man who really lived, who really did all of these, he took part in this Japanese history in a very meaningful way. But I think we can all agree that he probably didn't look like either of these. But what's interesting to think about here is that what we're seeing is a particular vision of this man and the time in which he existed being presented to us in such a way that it makes us point out, oh, I think he was a warrior. Oh, I think he had something wrong with his face. I think there was a lot going on with this guy that I want to think more deeply about. Maybe I'll read his journals. Maybe I'll learn more about the end of the Warring States period. Maybe I'll learn more about the Tokugawa shogunate. And you keep going back and you get a better idea of who this person was. And that's lovely. And I think that is the point of not only art, but the analysis of it. And I think that the best portion of this particular thing that we engage in all the time is that if you think about it long enough, you start thinking about the person who made these pieces of art. And you start thinking, why did he or she want me to point out these particular things? Why did they want me to look at this, why did they want me to think of him in this way? Why did they want me to think of him in this way? And you just keep the cycle going. You keep thinking about it. And hopefully what we've done today is not only talked about 3 very good games, but also talked about how them being in conversation with Miyazaki and his work also puts you in conversation with it and gives you a much deeper appreciation and understanding of what this guy wants to talk about. And hopefully, for years and years to come, this cycle will continue and we can keep coming back to places like PAX talking about these wonderful things. So thank you very much. That's the end of our presentation. Thank you all for coming out. Aaron?
Thank you again, everyone. We really hope that you enjoyed this talk. It means so much to us that you came to it. Again, if you want to hit us up, we will be hanging out over by the windows by the escalator there. Thank you to the wonderful enforcers and tech and staff. We'll also have cards there, so if you want to pick it up to commemorate this and get our information, you're welcome to do that. If not, hope you have a great rest of your PAX. You can find us at withaterriblefate.com. Check out other presentations and articles. Thank you again so much. Have a great PAX.
of legendary heroes, one man will rise to take all of the credit.
This game has something that no one else will. Me.
This is where the magic happens.
Hey, can I get a coffee? I'm coming, Ian! Everybody has that game that they fell in love with because they make an impact. Those games were somebody's legacy. Well, this is my legacy.
Our legacy.
Our legacy, whatever.
It's not my legacy.
I have a BA in Women's Studies.
What exactly is Women's Studies?
It follows the experiences of women and the contributions they've made to...
Inquiry withdrawn.
Quick thing, I'm worried about the time.
Yeah, David, I'm moving as fast as I can. It's not my fault that these watermelons don't explode like real heads.
I can get you real heads. Not human.
That's commitment.
I built your vision. It's like you're this brilliant painter, and I'm your favorite brush. I'm just some tool to create your masterpiece.
I like that metaphor, but it's not quite right, is it?
Are you seriously about to noodle on my metaphor right now?
I know that I can be difficult. Papa, you can't give up. We're like the Beatles. Together, we make masterpieces. I could write the lyrics and the music and everything, but it would sound completely different without the drums.
Wait, I'm Ringo?
Well, yeah. Of course you're Ringo. I mean, look, somebody's got to keep the beat.
Oh my God! At least you brought me breakfast.
Oh, this is mine. It's prescription.
A prescription bagel?
Legally, you're actually not allowed to ask me about it.
Whatever.
In a world of legendary heroes, one man will rise to take all of the credit.
This game has something that no one else will. Me.
This is where the magic happens.
Hey, can I get a coffee?
I'm coming on!
Everybody has that game that they fell in love with because they make an impact. Those games were somebody's legacy. Well, this is my legacy.
Our legacy.
Our legacy, whatever.
It's not my legacy.
I have a BA in Women's Studies.
What exactly is women's studies?
It follows the experiences of women and the contributions they've made to...
Inquiry withdrawn.
Quick thing, I'm worried about the time.
Yeah, David, I'm moving as fast as I can. It's not my fault that these watermelons don't explode like real heads.
I can get you real heads. Not human.
That's commitment.
I built your vision. It's like you're this brilliant painter, and I'm your favorite brush. I'm just some tool to create your masterpiece.
I like that metaphor, but it's not quite right, is it?
Are you seriously about to noodle on my metaphor right now?
I know that that I can be difficult. Papa, you can't give up. We're like the Beatles. Together, we make masterpieces. I could write the lyrics and the music and everything, but it would sound completely different without the drums.
Wait, I'm Ringo?
Well, yeah, of course you're Ringo. I mean, look, somebody's got to keep the beat.
Oh my God! At least you brought me breakfast.
Oh, this is mine. It's prescription.
A prescription bagel?
Legally, you're actually not allowed to ask me about
Whatever.
Hello and welcome to Nintendostradamus, figuring out Nintendo's next 5 years. Thank you for being here today. My name is Alex, and I am with a site called Nintendo World Report, along with these fine gentlemen. We have Joe DeVader.
Hi.
Neil Ronahan.
Hello, everybody.
And the great Jared Rosenberg. And today what we're going to be doing is we are going to be predicting the next 5 years of Nintendo. It is going to be on the sillier side. Like, there will be some serious predictions, some like if you're predicting 2024, there's only so much you can really do.
Like, what is the next system even going to be? Like, does Nintendo know that yet? We'll find out, because we're going to see the future.
All right, here's what we're doing. We got 45 minutes of predicting Nintendo's next 5 years. By the way, do you like that Shrek crystal ball?
Yeah, delightful.
15 minutes of your predictions. We have a microphone back there, so probably at around 5:15, we'll give you the opportunity to step up to the mic and tell us what you think is going to happen in Nintendo's next 5 years. And then we're going to lay it out by year and half year. It's not going to be that organized, but we'll do our best. 2020. So I want to start with 2 games that we actually know the dates of and are coming out very, very soon. We got Pokemon Mystery Dungeon. Ooh, a little bit of a pop there. We got Pokemon Mystery Dungeon Rescue Team DX. Does anyone other than me care about this game? Thank you. You are my people. And then on March 20th, we have Animal Crossing New Horizons. Did anyone play it? Is it good?
Yeah. It's amazing.
People are fans.
Now here's a question. Did anyone wait in line for the merch booth at the beginning of the day to get Animal Crossing swag? We got a few of you. Yeah, me too. Yeah, I'm very excited about Animal Crossing. I think that'll make a good tentpole release for the very beginning of the year. But I also want to touch on some games that we know are coming out, are predicted to come out this year, or announced for this year by Nintendo. But maybe we'll guess the date, or at least month of some of them?
Sure.
We got Bravely Default 2 announced at the Game Awards last year.
I think that's going to be late summer or early fall. That's
Okay.
kind of my prediction. I don't think it's going to be. I think because another game that I assume you're going to mention, Xenoblade Chronicles Definitive Edition, I think that's going to come out sooner. There's been stuff with like ratings boards having Xenoblade Chronicles, like the teen rating coming through, which usually means that announcements are on the way soon. So I think Xenoblade Chronicles Definitive Edition, maybe like May or June, and then Bravely Default 2, like kind of balancing out their JRPG scales sometime in the fall.
Yeah. Everyone's thirsty for a Nintendo Direct, and I think the Nintendo Direct will probably come this month, and my guess is it'll be a May or early June release. What do you think, Joe?
I think I kind of agree with that. I think Xenoblade is probably going to happen first, because that just makes a lot more sense. It seems like that game's a lot further along. But yeah, I'd say I'm going to guess that Bravely Default is coming around November or so, personally.
Cool. And how about you, Jared?
I would agree with May. I feel like Nintendo's like to put big titles in May, for like the last 5 to 8 years. So I think Xenoblade would fit greatly there.
Nice. We got the Pokemon DLC. My guess is June and November. Did they announce the month of the first DLC?
June.
June. Okay, so June
So
and
your
November.
prediction was great. And then the other one's just holiday. But yeah, I think that the Pokemon DLC, I know there was chatter about like Diamond and Pearl remakes happening. I don't think that's this year, because I think that DLC is ostensibly a brand new game.
Yeah. Then we got No More Heroes 3. My guess is it won't be coming this year, but instead January of next year, similar to Travis Strikes Again.
Yeah, like that's got January game on it all over it.
Yeah, absolutely. And then we talked about Xenoblade Chronicles Definitive Edition, May 2020. Now we have 3 other games that I wanted to touch on that aren't necessarily announced for 2020, but might come out in 2020. At least 2 of them probably won't, but one might. Bayonetta 3.
That game's not real.
Why do you say that?
You know what? We got here's 15 seconds of combat and then 3 years of nothing.
Silence. I don't. So I like to joke about many games that game's not real, because I haven't heard of it in months. I still say that about Final Fantasy VII Remake, and it's playable 200 feet away. But Bayonetta, we've just heard nothing. And so my default position is that game's not real. It's totally real, but let me have this.
I think holiday this year is probably when Bayonetta 3 is going to be. There's just a lot about 2020 that we don't know. Mainly, like Alex said, there will probably be a Nintendo Direct soon. We'll have a lot of our questions answered. But I think Bayonetta 3 is a game that, even if it started development right when it was announced at the end of 2017, late 2020 is a 3-year dev cycle, just about, and that's something that seems reasonable in which that game could come out, unless it hit major development issues.
Yeah. Zelda Breath of the Wild 2.
That ain't a 2020 game.
No,
I
sir.
would love to be proven wrong, but I think Breath of the Wild 2, well, when we get to a later year, maybe I'll throw in when I think that's going to come out.
Well, actually, let's ask the audience. Who thinks it's going to come out in 2020? Who thinks it's going to come out in 2021? $2022?
You guys are probably the realists out there.
I like the respectable applause.
Yeah.
And then Metroid Prime 4, Richard Studios' very own.
That's not
That
2020.
game is also not real.
It's out today, I'm proud to announce.
It's Metroid Prime Federation Force. You can play it on your 3DS right now. I do think, while we're talking about Metroid, I don't think Prime 4 restarted development about a year ago at Retro Studios, which is awesome. That just means it's going to take longer. I think we're going to get a 2D Metroid in 2020. Probably Mercury Steam coming back after Metroid Samus Returns, which it seems like there was a little bit of division amongst people after it came out. I really enjoyed it and would love to see them have another crack at the franchise. I kind of hope it's not another remake, but it probably will be. And if it's going to be a remake, like, do you do Fusion or Super Metroid? And why would you try to remake a perfect video game?
I don't.
There's a new Metroid game. I want to see
I really genuinely don't think they will ever remake Super Metroid because that seems like the easiest way to disappoint as many people as humanly possible.
That game holds up real well.
It does. I played it for the first time last year, and it aged almost perfectly, to be perfectly honest.
Yeah. But yeah, so maybe it's a Metroid Fusion remake out this year, but I think that'll happen in 2020.
I think the best game for them to do would be one with room for improvement, which is not to say Metroid 2 is a bad game by any means, but it was a dated game, or at least it aged.
It was a rough Game Boy game to play. It's still really good on Game Boy for what it's worth, but it's hard to go back to.
And Metroid Fusion, great game, still room for improvement.
Yeah, you could streamline. Like, I don't think the narrative is terrible in that, but you could definitely do a lot of streamlining, maybe kind of making it more, bringing some of what was iterated on in Zero Mission and Samus Returns to Fusion.
For sure. All right, moving on to 2020 new predictions. I want to start with you, Jared.
So I have a game that I think might come out in April. We've got a new James Bond movie coming out soon, and I'm thinking Nintendo might bring back GoldenEye. We're gonna get GoldenEye HD.
I love you, Jared. So that seems like something that would be an impossibility. GoldenEye was published by Nintendo, developed by Rare, and then involving the Bond license as well, which I don't know if Activision still owns it, but they most recently
Activision
owned
does
it.
not.
Okay,
Yeah.
so does anyone own the Bond license right now?
As far as I know, no one has the Bond license right
So
now.
last year, Microsoft and Nintendo seemed to be getting along pretty well with Ori and Cuphead and Banjo-Kazooie and Smash. With that in mind, that's kind of like the barriers to a GoldenEye HD remaster of any sort is that Nintendo needs to play ball, Rare needs to play ball, and therefore Microsoft, since Microsoft owns Rare, and the Bond licensors need to play ball. If Microsoft and Nintendo are in a world where they can actually work together and release games on each other's systems, or at least Microsoft on Switch, I think GoldenEye HD could happen.
And if you remember, there might already be a completed GoldenEye HD, which was going to release on the 360 like 10 years ago. So
Yeah, when that really good Perfect Dark remake happened.
So they at least have an engine. So I think it's got a chance. Maybe not in April, but at least of any time in the recent years, it's got the best chance.
I like where your head's at.
Anything else, Jared?
I thought now would also be a good time for the Advance Wars series to return. I came up with the name Advance Wars Flip the Switch. That would be the title. So I think it could happen.
Yeah, I think so. How about you, Neil?
All right, so I have in my notes to round out the first half of 2020, Super Mario Party 2. Because it is like, that game sold a buttload. Like, I thought it was okay. I think, how are we feeling about Super Mario Party? Return to form? a little muted, but I think Super Mario Party 2 could be a pretty fun game. And yeah, the first one sold a bunch. They didn't do any DLC. They could totally be making another one of those right now. For other things for 2020, I think Mario Kart and ARMS, that development team, last released a game. They had Mario Kart 8 Deluxe and ARMS in 2017. It's been 3 years. Now, part of that team, I believe, is still currently working on Mario Kart Tour, although I think there's some assistance from like Bandai Namco with that, weirdly, because they apparently are like a co-developer of Nintendo at this point, working on Smash Brothers and all sorts of other games. But I think there will be a new game from the Mario Kart and ARMS team. What that is, I got no idea, but I think that could potentially be something in the second half of this year. Maybe we'll find out about it at Direct. Maybe we'll find out about it at E3.
So that was actually one of my predictions for this year, was a new Mario Kart. But I think with Mario Kart 8 Deluxe being such a perfect Mario Kart game in a lot of ways, they should do something other than just Mario Kart 9. And my idea is Nintendo Kart. So take the Zelda, or take Link, take Zelda characters, take Animal Crossing characters, Splatoon characters, and then add in Metroid characters, add in Captain Falcon, add in all kinds of people, and then make a Nintendo Kart. That's what I think would make a really good fall 2020 release.
I mean, that feels like what they were starting to go for with 8, to be honest, because you listed all the characters at the start. Those are all in 8, and the F-Zero tracks in 8 and everything. So I think, honestly, that could be a place they go for the next kart game.
Yeah. Joe, you have an interesting prediction.
So, of all the 4 people sitting at these tables, I am the one that pays most attention to this little game that I'm not sure you've ever heard of called Super Smash Brothers, and the speculation for the new characters. I know, a niche indie game, I know. But, so my prediction is not really a game so much as it is the first character of Fighter Pass 2, which I cannot believe is happening actually. There will be 100 characters in this game, and Sakurai will be dust before this game is done. And I think, genuinely, going back to Jared's whole thing and how that led into Nintendo's getting along real well with Microsoft, I think there is a very good chance that Minecraft Steve does show up in some form in Smash. And wow, I think he would be the ugliest character that Smash has ever had. I think he'd have a really fun moveset at the very least.
I noticed that there was a boo on this side and a clap on this side. That is still better reception than Byleth got.
People started booing Byleth at our panel last night, and our guy Matt, who is a huge Fire Emblem fan, had to yell at the crowd to no.
I will add one more 2020 prediction. Much like Joe, I've got a shtick in that I think a new mobile game is going to happen every year. My prediction for 2020, that especially with Breath of the Wild 2 not happening, is that we'll see a Zelda mobile game. I'm not really sure what that looks like, but I think it'll happen. Maybe you're just gotching Korok seeds.
My last prediction for 2020 is a new Paper Mario game. I think this is the year.
Now, is it going to be the Paper Mario game we want?
No.
Or
No.
Yes.
No.
Yes, I think they've learned their lesson with Sticker Star and Color Splash, and I think it's going to be a back to basics Paper Mario game, which is exactly what just about everyone wants.
A 1,000-Year Door remake?
I hope they don't go the remake route. I'd rather see something new, but by all means, put 1,000-Year Door on Switch. I would like to play it in its GameCube form.
100%.
All right, moving on to 2021.
Yeah.
I see, Wizard and Nostradamus, in retrospect, those two things don't really go together that well, but
it's a fun poster.
It's a fun poster. And then you got Mario up there, so there you go.
You're just ready for the inevitable reboot.
I'm gonna go with my 2021 predictions first. I'm gonna say that a Fire Emblem remake comes out in May.
What game do you think it's gonna be?
The GBA game that is titled in the West as Fire Emblem.
Okay, I guess I'll rebut you, and that I think it'll be Genealogy of the Holy War,
Okay.
which is Thracia 776, I think that's the name of it. Those two are linked. Those are late 90s releases, basically the ones before the the Game Boy Advance one that you're talking about.
And you had a subtitle for it, right?
Yeah, Genealogy of. Well, no, that's coming later, man.
Okay.
That's a brand new Fire Emblem game.
Something to look forward to. ARMS 2 in July. I think they're gonna try ARMS again.
That's the title?
Yeah, will that be the title of the
They're
game?
going to try ARMS again. ARMS 2.
ARMS 2, legs now as well.
ARMS 2 question mark? I have a Metroid Fusion remake for September. In October, I have Let's Go Pichu and Togepi.
Mine is that they'll do the Diamond and Pearl ones, and it'll be Let's Go Lucario and Let's Go Bidoof.
Such whiplash.
I wonder which one people would buy. I actually genuinely wonder which one.
See, the thing is, the hashtags would be like hashtag Team Bidoof.
I am Team Bidoof.
Neil, what do you have?
So I think in the first half of 2021, probably, I don't know, maybe about 4 years to maybe even the day that The Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild came out, that the sequel to The Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild will come out. I think that game is, while not a 2020 game, is a lot farther along than maybe that trailer might have led us to believe. But I think that game, I think potentially this, at next PAX East, maybe that's a Zelda booth, and it's because Breath of the Wild is coming out next, or Breath of the Wild 2 is coming out next week. That would be super awesome. My other things, maybe less exciting. I think we're overdue for a new Kirby game at this point. I think we'll see a new one, but because it has been a while, maybe it's something a little bit more of a reinvention of the Kirby series, because we've had a lot of, like, there was basically a trilogy of pretty good 2D platformers with Planet Robobo, Star Allies, and Triple Deluxe. Mario Golf coming back. Camelot seemed to do well with Mario Tennis Aces. So I could see them coming back and making a golf game. And then new 3D Mario at the end of the year. That'll be kind of the, like, almost going with Breath of the Wild and Odyssey in 2017, doing that again in 2021.
Nice. What do you think, Jared?
So I agree with Neil. I think we'll see a new Kirby game in 2021. I think it's going to be an unexpected one. If you're unfamiliar, the person who runs the Smash Brother game, Sakurai, originally created Kirby, and I think he is going to return to Kirby and make a small little Kirby game for charity, and it's going to be called Kirby's Desert Ride, a semi-sequel to Kirby's Air Ride, and it's going to be it's basically going to be Kirby's Air Ride mixed with the popular charity game Desert Bus, and Kirby will be racing the Desert Bus, and to complete the race, it will take 17 days. So it's going to be all for charity, and I think it's going to be a great game.
You can find the stream of this game at twitch.tv/Nintendo World Report. Watch me die in real life.
Joe, what's your Smash prediction for this year?
Let me paint you a picture of the trailer. The trailer does that thing where it like slices the screen. I don't know what to call it. You know what I'm talking about. Suddenly, in the darkness, a male chorus comes out and fades in. And suddenly you see the familiar glint of armor. And the Metroid Prime Federation Force soldier walks out, and it's confirmed for Smash.
Wait, does he have a name?
No.
So it'll be like Villager, it'll just be Soldier?
No, it'll be Federation Force Soldier specifically. Xander Mobus is going to have to say that every single time he wins.
I'll say my mobile game for 2021 is a Splatoon mobile game. Once again, don't know. Maybe it's like Call of Duty Mobile. That'd be pretty cool.
Splatoon, Call of Duty Mobile?
Yeah, just Splatoon, Call of Duty Mobile. And also, as far as with Federation Force, while I'd love Metroid Federation Force HD, I think instead, in 2021, we'll get Metroid Prime Trilogy HD. Maybe that's when Nintendo actually shows some footage of Metroid Prime 4.
2022. Do you guys like the deep cut I have there? It's not that deep of a cut. It's a scene that's close to my heart from the original Paper Mario. 2022. We'll start with you, Joe. Tell us about your prediction this time.
Well, I mean, I think it's... So this is going to start a new fighter pass, I'm sure, because, see, I run a podcast...
Didn't they say they were going to do no more fighter passes?
That was a lie. In my reality, that was a lie. And I also believe in my heart that was a lie. Because I do a podcast where I have to play one game for every character in the game, and therefore, by that measure, there will never not be a character added to that game because I have to do that podcast until I die, apparently.
Smashed to pieces.
Yes. And so I think that it'll finally be time to put in the character that everybody is asking for, has been asking for years, and Sakurai's just been too much of a coward to put him in. Until now, because Goku is finally joining the fight.
Oh, not Shrek? I thought it was Shrek.
Shrek tried to join, and in the trailer, he'll exit the outhouse and then just get destroyed by a spirit bomb.
Shrek is going to be a me gunner. What he shoots, I don't know. Maybe Thanos. Jared, how about you? 2022.
I think in 2022. Actually, first, who in here likes WarioWare? And then who in here likes Rhythm Heaven? Now, if you guys didn't know, historically, both those games have been made by the same team, so I think it's about time we get a WarioWare / Rhythm Heaven game called Wario Goes to Rhythm Heaven.
So is Wario gonna die?
Yeah, does Wario die in the opening cutscene?
Wario will die in the opening 5 minutes.
And if so...
That's a real Banjo-Tooie move.
How does he die, please tell me?
I mean, he's gonna slip on a banana.
Fitting.
One other game I think in 2022 will be a new 2D Mario, but not a new Super Mario Brothers, a actual new 2D Mario. And I think the twist will be they're gonna, if you've ever seen Rayman Legends or Rayman Origins, they had a very beautiful art style. I think it's gonna be a team up with Ubisoft, and it'll be, Nintendo will be doing the level design, Ubisoft will be doing the art, and I think it'll be a very beautiful 2D Mario.
Almost like would Rabbids be in it?
No Rabbids.
Good.
Because that maybe we'll see some Rabbids coming up.
Which I actually say jokingly because Mario plus Rabbids is actually an excellent game. 2022, I have Splatoon 3. I have, so funny old PAX story that I think is funny, but no one's gonna laugh. We were doing the Switch birthday panel a couple years ago, and we were ranking the top 5 Nintendo Switch games from its first year, and I tried to cut Splatoon 2, and you have never seen an audience turn so quickly on an individual.
It was bad.
Splatoon 3, in November, I have Pokemon Plus and Minus. I think we're due for it. Because that's been my prediction for the last 3 generations is Plus and Minus.
Name the legendaries. I need to know the box legendaries. What do they look like? You don't got to name them, but what do they look like?
No, I'll name them.
Oh, okay.
Plusius and Minoon. It's just gonna be Minoon. F-Zero. I think we're gonna see F-Zero eventually. Yeah.
Whatever helps you sleep at night.
Our hero, F-Zero.
Whatever helps you sleep at night.
Switch Sports.
I'd play it.
I was thinking if we get a Switch Sports, it will be called Wii Sports for Switch.
Got to keep that brand alive.
Balloon Fight. Anyone?
Yeah. Well, is it gonna have a new balloon trip mode?
Yeah, and it'll be a 3D balloon fight game.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, a lot of the game's going to be about the fact that hydrogen is a limited element. You know.
In both the real world and the game.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure 3D balloon fight's already in a WarioWare game. It's in Smooth Moves, so they have the technology already.
And then Donkey Kong Country 3 Turns. And that's what I got. Neil, what do you have?
I had it for like a year later, but I'm just going to point out I had just Donkey Kong Country 4. I have no further explanation other than that's the name of the game. But for 2022, I think we're going to get a new Monolith Soft game. They're usually pretty efficient with their development. We'll have Xenoblade Chronicles Definitive Edition out likely in 2020. And I mean, Xenoblade 2 wrapped a couple years ago. And the Torna expansion came out in 2018. So, 3.5, 4 years is hopefully enough time for Monolith to make whatever they're doing next. As far as the rest of 2022, I think there's going to be a Wario Land Shake It sequel from Goodfeel. If anybody has, I feel like no one really played that game when it came out because it just seems like Nintendo released it and then nothing happened. Although Goodfeel has made really fun games in Kirby's Epic Yarn and Yoshi's Woolly World and Crafted World, but I'd love to see them go back to Wario Land Shake It. Brain Age will finally release in America with no explanation in 2022, 2 years after it came out in every other region.
A shadow drop.
Yeah. 2D Zelda remake game, probably the Oracle games. I think it'll be combined into one game. That seems like it would make sense. Have both games in one package. Grezzo returns to help make it with Nintendo. And here's, I guess, my big hope is Beautiful Joe 3. And the reason why it's mentioned in this Nintendo thing is that it will be a Bayonetta 2-like deal between Platinum Games, Capcom, and Nintendo, in which Beautiful Joe 3, for some reason, will be a Nintendo-published video game, but then Capcom will finally re-release Beautiful Joe 1 and 2 on every modern platform, which just seems like it'd be wonderful. And my mobile game is Mario Run 2, but now it's not. It's free to play and not the $5 buy-in that it was before.
Did I miss anyone? No? All right. 2023. I'll start. Duck Hunt 2D platformer.
Who's developing it?
Retro Studios. This is what they've been working on.
Oh, I also had Prime 4 for 2022. I think that'll come out at the end of 2022.
What did I put for that? Yeah, I agree.
And then the Duck Hunt 2D platformer that they were working on before Prime 4 will come out the year after.
Yeah. Exactly. Along with that Star Fox Racer. Pokemon Mystery Dungeon is going to get a new game with all the Pokemon in it, including the ones from Plus and Minus.
They can't even do that in the regular Pokemon games now.
So it's going to be the first Pokemon game in years with all the Pokemon in it. Smash Back to Basics, which I'm kind of stealing Neil's thunder a little bit, but I think the next Smash game is going to come out and it's going to be 25, 30 characters, and it's going to have a revamped fighting system because I don't think they can do a Smash Bros game that just builds on Ultimate further because I think they've pushed it as far as it can go and they just have to reset it. Neil,
there's absolutely no way.
Neil, you had, or was that for next year?
That was for 2024.
Okay.
I think it'll be a while, especially with this Fighters Pass stuff that Joe's talking about, where they're just going to be adding characters to Ultimate for 45 years.
Yeah. Kirby, Xenoblade 3. That's not one game, that's two games.
I was about to ask if that was the same
Kirby
The mind is
hyphen
racing
Xenoblade
right
3.
Now I kind of want Kirby Xenoblade.
And then that's what I have for 2023. Joe?
Well, I mean, I agree that eventually they're going to reboot Smash, but that doesn't mean they're going to stop adding to Ultimate. Because again, until I die, or Sakurai, whichever, we're in a game of chicken right now, and he's winning. I think that at this point, they're going to have started scraping the barrel. They're going to have to go talk to companies that they wouldn't normally talk to, companies that probably wouldn't play ball previously, but now they're desperate, and they'll agree to anything. So Mickey Mouse is coming to Smash Ultimate, but I know what you're thinking.
Epic Mickey 3.
But I want Sora, not Mickey. Don't you worry. He'll come bundled with a Sora spirit.
Neil?
So for 2023, that's when I think that Splatoon 3 will hit. I also think, as far as I guess more ridiculous predictions, Deco Path Traveler a sequel to Octopath Traveler. Purely Decopath because I think Nonopath sounds pretty bad, but maybe that's why they'll do that. Maybe it'll be 2 in 1. I don't know.
It's too many paths.
Wave Race Restorm, which is a partnership with Platinum Games. I don't know why. I feel like Platinum Games every now and then just partners with Nintendo for a really weird thing. Battalion Wars, not Advance Wars, because I don't know. That's just what Nintendo will do. Hopefully Jared's future is what actually happens where there's a new Advance Wars. I also think by the end of 2023, that holiday season, Nintendo will release a new version of the Switch. Like, I guess maybe call it Switch 2.0. I don't really know what they're gonna do as far as a brand new system. I don't think you wanna lose the momentum that you have with Switch and repeat the problems that they had going from Wii to Wii U. But I think that I think holiday 2023, it'll be that the Switch 1.0, for lack of a better term, that was a 6-year console. And the new one will play exclusive games, but also be backwards compatible to everything that came before it. And the last thing is a new Next Level Games game called Star Fox Federation Felines. That's all I got. And Metroid mobile game. It'll be like a Metroid Tamagotchi.
Nice. Tamagotchi or Tamadachi?
Tamagotchi.
Okay.
Tomodachi's never coming back. It's sad. R.I.P. Go back and look at the news about when that game came out in America, and that's why it's not coming back.
Jared, let's see what you got.
So I feel like we've had a lot of Mario Party games, over 10. I feel like some of the other characters of Mario Party are a little jealous. Like, when are we going to get a throw party? So I think we're going to get Yoshi Party. Yoshis know how to party as well. So that'll be fun. I think we might get Pokemon Puzzle League 2. That original came out on 64. It's sort of like a Tetris Attack, if you remember that on the Super Nintendo, or Planet Puzzle League. It's a fun puzzle game, which we haven't seen a version in a long time. I also think 2023 is when we're going to get Mario Kart, a new Mario Kart game.
So I had mine called Mario Kart X, and it's just a full-on crossover with F-Zero X.
That could work. I would be down for that. Another option, though, I thought was, if you remember the original Super Mario Kart, most of the levels used a art style that was similar to Super Mario World. I thought maybe they would go old school. Every level would be modeled after Mario Brothers 3. We could get Koji Kondo do the music. Yeah. It'd be a fun thing. So
you're joking, but that's just a good idea.
Oh, and it might have VR support. If this new Switch comes out, I think we might see more VR stuff. Think about like throwing shells with your arms. It'd be fun.
Because throwing things with Nintendo consoles has gone really well in the past.
Yes.
Never had a problem with that.
And then I think we're on to 2024, and then we'll move on to your predictions. 2024, I think that is from Tomodachi.
That is. Spooky Me Mystic.
All right, I'll go first. We got Astral Chain 2, because Astral Chain was my favorite Nintendo game from last year. It's a really good game.
It's super good.
I have Punch-Out. Punch-Out's coming back.
Who's making it?
Next Level Games.
Okay. It counteracts with my Federation Felines, but I feel you.
They can co-develop games.
They can make
Namco
both
Bandai will be involved.
And Koei Tecmo and Bandai Namco secretly made every Nintendo game in the past 2 years.
Switch Wars instead of Advance Wars. Star Fox, just Star Fox.
Is it just a remake of the original again?
Well, no, but it's called Star Fox.
It's not even about Star Fox.
WarioWare, and I know that like the idea is we predict games that are fun and good and games that like it's weird to predict bad games, but I think Arzest is going to do a remake of Yoshi's Island and it's going to be really bad. And then Pokemon Diamond Pearl Platinum remake to launch with Switch 2, the new Switch console.
Is that the full name of the actual console?
Yeah, it won't sell very well.
That does sound like something Nintendo would call a console, I'm not going to lie.
Joe?
So, look, at this point, they're going to have run out of stuff, all right? Nintendo only has so much stuff. There's like 300 characters in Smash at this point. Sakurai has long since put his brain in a jar. Now, people keep asking, when are they going to start like releasing an Echo Fighter pack, right? I mean, those are easy to make. It makes sense. So Sakurai's finally going to listen. You're getting an Echo Fighter of me, Gunner. Gino's finally coming to Smash.
That response is exactly why Gino's never going to come to Smash.
Thank you. You have validated me for another lifetime.
Neil, go ahead.
So I think your tentpole game for early 2024 is going to be a Super Mario Sunshine remake. Yeah, look at that. There's good people out there. And I think it'll be one that will be co-developed by another studio. It'll be whatever the remnants of Alpha Dream are going to work on Super Mario Sunshine for some reason. I don't know. I want to see Alpha Dream succeed. I don't think those Mario and Luigi games are coming back, unfortunately. But Mario Sunshine in a remake, well, maybe that has an RPG mode in it. I don't. Sure, why not?
Like Mario Tennis?
Yeah. You'll play as like the Toadsworth. And it'll be an RPG. That'll be the big bonus thing, like the Mario and Luigi remakes that had like the Bowser Jr. Minion stuff. So that'll totally happen. Mario Paint Maker, it'll be kind of a sequel to Mario Maker, but it'll just be Mario Paint. And maybe then they'll also add more content to Super Mario Maker 2. That'd be really neat. To round out the first half of 2024, a new Fire Emblem game called Fire Emblem Tides of Destiny. Then I'll give a shout out to a friend of the site, Greg, who I just asked to give me a generic fantasy subtitle so that way I can name a Fire Emblem game, and that's where Tides of Destiny came from. I don't know if it's gonna, it probably, I don't know. We have a couple years for them to figure out if they're gonna, what next JRPG they'll kind of riff on. Because they kind of ripped on Persona a little bit with Three Houses. We got time to figure out what the next Fire Emblem game is gonna riff on. Maybe it's like riffing on The Witcher. I don't know.
Hope it's Pokemon.
In the second half of the year, Super Smash Bros. Back to square one. Much like Alex said, when Ultimate is eventually done, like they can't do that again. Either they port Ultimate like they did Mario Kart 8 Deluxe over to whatever's next, or they start over. And I don't even know if Sakurai would come back to do that. It seems like Ultimate is it for him with that series, but I feel like we also heard that with every other Smash Brothers game that came before it, so who knows?
I genuinely want it to be his last one because that man needs a nap.
And my mobile game for the second half, coming out in the second half of 2024, is a Super Smash Brothers MOBA game. Perhaps it's called Super Clash Bros. Royale.
Jared, play us out.
I feel in 2024, we will finally see the return of F-Zero. It will be called F-Zero Pinball. I also think 2024, the Switch, if it's still around, might not have much steam. Of course, if there's a Switch Pro, it might be doing fine. But it might be a good time to finally release a Nintendo 64 Classic. I assume would people be interested in a 64 Classic?
Yeah.
Now,
Maybe
what?
That's why it hasn't happened.
Right. But now, what do you do? Are you going to have actual 64 controllers come with it? No, it'll come with Wavebirds. And I also wrote down there'll be a game called Kid Icarus Meets the Ice Climbers. I don't know what it is, but it could be cool.
All right, so that'll do it for 2024. Moving on to your questions. I tried to make this slide as obnoxious as possible, so I used an iStock photo, shrunk it down, and then made it slightly off-center.
Yeah, so there's a mic on a stand out in the audience. Neatly line up behind it if you want to.
Actually, should we move the microphone?
I think, yeah.
Or yeah.
What's up? How are you doing, sir, with the microphone?
Pretty good. How about you guys?
We're doing great.
I've just been talking for the past like 45 minutes.
I'm hoping for Pikmin 4 anytime. Please, before the 10-year mark, Nintendo. I pray it would be awesome, and give it something snappy like Pikmin 4, The Quest for More Money.
Yeah, I would love to play more Pikmin. I hope that happens.
So I'm looking more at the Nintendo Online service and that it's going to continue to be a disappointment.
No.
Maybe
I
by
thought that was just
2024 we'll
understood.
have like 6 more Super Nintendo games. Maybe Game Boy.
We'll get Super Mario RPG in 2023. That's when it'll be added to the service.
I'll take it.
If we got Game Boy Advance games, that'd be pretty cool. I'm hoping.
So you guys brought up Mario plus Rabbids. Also, I just played Cadence of Hyrule earlier today.
Yeah.
Do you guys think there's going to be another crossover game that Nintendo does?
I think you guys talked about a 2D Metroid remake. I think that Team Cherry is going to make a Metroid game at some point because they have a very good relationship with Nintendo right now. It seems. I don't know.
Now, remind the audience and me.
Hollow Knight.
Gotcha.
I think we're definitely getting Mario and Rabbids too. I think that's going to happen from the same team.
And
It must have sold really well.
With my indie game, my potentially dream indie game thing would be the developers behind Celeste making a very emotional Ice Climbers game.
They'd finally have a good game.
Hi. So I was just hoping to get maybe a few more bullet points from you guys on what you see for the Breath of the Wild sequel. Personally, I see it gameplay-wise being pretty similar. Maybe they change a few bedrock things, like maybe they change up the runes or something like that. But just maybe a few more thoughts on the gameplay, the environment, maybe like a title prediction.
There's literally one thing I want from Breath of the Wild 2. I would like to have my sword not shatter after I hit a rock twice.
I think the problem isn't necessarily the weapon degradation, but the inventory management. Like that's kind of what was most of my frustrations with the weapons breaking. Is that like whether it's just making it more streamlined or having more like you only have X amount of hits with this before it breaks, as opposed to it's like, oh, it's blinking red and now it's just basically done.
Well, because the thing that gets me about the weapon degradation isn't that it happens, it's that they knew that it was too much, and so that's why the game is flooded with weapons. But that didn't solve the problem that just made a new
But I don't
problem.
think the weapon degradation is a problem. I think it's just the inventory.
I also,
management.
it's a little column A, little column B on my end.
But as far as other stuff with that, like it's not a think. I just hope we get more fleshed out dungeons as opposed to the Divine Beasts. Another out of the very few things in Breath of the Wild that I didn't like as much. It was I didn't like the Divine Beast dungeons as much. Give me something more harkening back to the dungeon design in Skyward Sword and Twilight Princess. I would love that, and I feel like they're gonna reuse that Hyrule map, but we'll probably get like an underworld or something, as kind of shown in that trailer.
Yeah. So like Saints Row 4, how they sort of added like the alien stuff on top of the city from Saints Row 3.
Yeah, like because I think there's something that like you don't want to get rid of that Hyrule map, but at the same time everybody explored it, so you'd have to probably change it dramatically. A lot of that might be dictated by whatever they do with the story, which just that trailer conjured up a lot of YouTube videos trying to figure out what the hell is going on. I'm curious to see what they do. It looks like maybe we'll get not just the corporeal beast of Calamity Ganon, but actually get like a Ganondorf figure in that. I could go on about this. We probably could have done a panel on Breath of the Wild speculation. I'm very excited.
Maybe next year. Thank you.
I'm probably the only person in the room who cares about style savvy.
Yeah, style savvy.
Thank
There's
you.
two of us.
2020? Do you think it's this year?
I feel like we're probably going to see another style savvy. But I don't know if it's this year or not. Maybe 2021.
Neil, do you know how well those games sell?
I think enough for them to keep being made.
Okay.
All right. I have the weirdest prediction anybody could ever imagine. What I'm thinking is that we are actually going to get a brand new game I lost my train of thought, but, sorry.
Doubt it.
I remember now. Okay. How would you feel if we were to get a Nintendo Switch exclusive Mega Man Legends 3 in 2022?
I mean, hey.
I'll take it at any year.
Current rumors say that Silent Hills might be coming back. Anything is possible at this point.
We'll see. I just couldn't really think of anything. I had something, but I lost it.
Mega Man Legends 3 would be awesome to see because like the tragedy of that game where there was the 3DS prototype version that was seemingly pretty close to having like that demo build come out on 3DS eShop. And then I think, if memory serves correctly, that was when, oh God, I'm blanking on the guy who just messed up his career with Mighty Number 9. Inafune. When Inafune left Capcom, it seemed like that just got shuttered right away, almost out of spite. But I would love for Mega Man Legends 3 to come back in whatever form is possible.
Yeah, I don't think that game was canceled because Capcom didn't want to make it. I think it was specifically because of the fallout between them and Inafune. And I feel like it is possible that game might still happen. At some point, maybe, one day. Who knows?
So I agree, Pikmin 4 should definitely be made.
Yeah.
I think it will be made in the next 3 years. But focusing on Smash, I think Rillaboom is going to be added to Smash. And I think Waluigi is going to break out of the assist trophy and join Smash as well.
So, let me take this one out of hand. So, I agree with you that Rillaboom is probably the most likely. Because I think a Sword and Shield Pokemon is going to be in Smash in the next.
What about Zarude?
What about who? Zarude?
The one that was announced like 2 days ago.
So look, as much as I want to play as Mojo Jojo in Smash, not that excited for it. However, I'm sorry, you're nuts. Waluigi is never going to be playable in Super Smash Brothers. I will take that to my grave.
I can dream.
All right, so like in the past couple years, Koei Tecmo has done some Warriors crossovers with Nintendo, like Hyrule Warriors and Fire Emblem Warriors. Do you guys think Nintendo is going to do another crossover with them?
Wave Race Warriors.
I had Star Fox Warriors in my notes for one of the years, but didn't mention it because I wasn't sure. But because I was trying to think of what would be the next logical Warriors game.
Pokemon.
And I think Pokemon Warriors.
Pokemon Warriors.
I mean, they kind of exist. Like that's kind of what Pokemon Rumble is to a degree.
No, it's not.
Pokemon Rumble is a good game, but it is not that good.
Yeah. Also, I'm gonna stick with Star Fox Warriors. That's my hope. It's a new year.
Kawasaki jet skis with swords.
Thank you.
So I think it's kind of reasonable to think that Nintendo would probably buy out other developers and bring them into have the rights to publish certain works under their name, like how they are with Bayonetta right now, and how they're working with Platinum Games in that aspect. So I do predict that Nintendo is gonna buy out a few studios, and it's kind of reasonable for me to list these, but I have 5 in particular that I think they're gonna buy out. From Software, so we're gonna get Dark Souls 4 on the Nintendo Switch. CD Projekt Red, so we're gonna get Cyberpunk 2078 on the Nintendo Switch. Naughty Dog, Uncharted 5, okay.
That'll be easy.
Insomniac, we're gonna have Ratchet & Clank.
So after Sony buys Insomniac, Nintendo will buy them again?
Pretty much.
And the last one, it's Rare.
Yeah, bring Rare back. Why not? After all those, I like your optimism.
I'm gonna cut out the middleman. They're just gonna buy Sony and Microsoft and call it good.
I have a prediction, or maybe it's more just a fantasy for a new IP. I think that they're going to really tap into the market of people who are making YouTube videos about the really deep Kirby lore, and they're going to fully just enter into a really kind of like edgy under the surface, E for everyone horror game.
That's a great idea.
Has everybody watched those really going deep into the lore of Kirby videos? They're amazing.
I think I've spent more time on those videos than I spent playing Kirby games.
I highly recommend it. I forget the name of the one channel that's done the ones where it's just taken deathly seriously, but going to all these quotes and mentions in all of the games. Kirby's got some pure darkness under that pink sheen.
I know it might have been.
I think they have to tap
into
it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I've been hearing various people say their predictions about will there be a new Paper Mario or be like Galaxy 3 and Odyssey 2? Well, I say let Odyssey 2 and Galaxy 3 come out, but sometime. But in the meantime, I would like to see like a certain Mario and Luigi sequel idea that like was in development ever since like Color Splash was after the black paint was eradicated. Like, I want to see like the Koopalings team up with their paper counterparts, and I want to like the Bowsers can still connect the Peaches after they teamed up, but no fire ore, no problem, because like let's see. And I would also like to see like a new Kirby game, like that puts more emphasis on that nightmare that the Gembastions fought off before they were rudely banished by the ancients because they were afraid of their swagoo. Like, and I would like to see like more minions reappear, like the flying Galumba from Super Mario World, because I've been like, I mean, I'm all for the Mario Maker appearances, but I want to see a real 3D thing. Oh, and I also like the Goombas to like have also a modern appearance along with the other variants, like the flying ones, big ones, whatever. And let's see what else.
Two more predictions.
Okay, like 2D Metroid, like the new one, like if they do Dread, then I want to see like more of the corrupt faction of the Galactic Federation, because like chronologically it was first seen in Other M, and then like there's like some few mentions of Infusion, and then because like if it happens, like Samus, they're gonna have a bone to pick with Samus, because destroying the BSL to like fully eradicate the X parasites in SR3888, that's like tantamount to like getting yourself in trouble with the government.
Actually, we have 5 minutes left. Very bold predictions, but we do need to move on to the last 5 people.
Okay, well, I'll just use my last 5 minutes. Like,
thank you very much. I wanted to talk about flying Goombas because you brought them up. Do you think we'll see them again in another game?
I hope. Flying Goombas are fun. Sure. Galoombas, specifically.
And also I forgot to mention for that new Kirby game, like a real extra game mode, because we haven't had that since Revenge of the King and Superstar Ultra. Like Sword Knights, Koozers, Grumples, Gabbles, like various like other like extra game enemies.
All right.
Very good.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
Hello. So first of all, you said that Waluigi will never be in Smash.
And I believe it with all my heart.
But you said Goku will be in Smash, and I think you're out of your tree.
I agree. You're right. He's the one who's wrong.
Out of your tree is an amazing phrase.
Because, you know, there's so many people who just want him there for the meme, and I feel like they're never going to shut up about it. And Sakurai's going to give in eventually. Maybe not anytime soon, but eventually.
So full disclosure, Goku's also never going to be in Smash.
Okay, well, I don't know. Some people think he will be, for real. I would not think.
I agree
like Shrek,
with you. Those people
Thanos.
are nuts.
Shrek's going to be in Smash too. Watch. Just watch what happens. And
we're watching.
One more thing is that Kid Icarus Uprising on the 3DS was really good, and I would like to see some sort of sequel to that on the Switch soon. Kid Icarus, or even just a new Kid Icarus game that's similar to Uprising.
I think of all the series that Nintendo has that needs a sequel, the Uprising version of Kid Icarus. I want that. So I want Kid Icarus Uprising on a system that doesn't make my hands feel like I'm dying every time I play it for more than an hour.
I know exactly what you mean. Yeah, I loved Uprising. I spent a lot of time on it, so looking forward to that someday. Cool. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello. 2 things. One
Also,
is...
sorry guys in the front, just can't hear them. Sorry, as you were saying.
Oh, okay. 2 things. Nintendo Labo and sequel to the Ring Fit Adventure.
Yeah, I think that team will keep on making games. Like, we'll probably, I mean, I think Ring Fit's selling really well. I assume we'll probably see more
It's
stuff
sold out
like that.
everywhere.
Yeah, I mean, part of that's because of the coronavirus, I think, but it's still doing really well.
Capitalism.
Yeah. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Amiibos, are they dead or?
Smash
I feel like
Brothers
they're dead.
is the only thing keeping amiibos alive.
I want my Joker amiibo.
And after that,
Animal
it's dead?
Crossing will have
Animal
support.
Crossing amiibos had their chance, and that did not work.
Ah.
Go to a Five Below. Get your Animal Crossing amiibo.
And last question, like Ubisoft made Mario, what would you like to see? Personally, I would like to see a Lego game based on Nintendo characters. That's what I would like to see. You guys?
Nintendo.
Hi, I was wondering, what do you think of the consoles? Are there going to be, we've been talking about games itself, but do you think console-wise that there's going to be a new upgrade for the Switch or whatnot?
So I did. I know for my predictions, I said I think holiday 2023 is when we will get I don't know the exact name, but that will be like Switch 2. It'll be backwards compatible to the original Switch. And on that note, there's been chatter and rumors about a Switch Pro. There was talk in an investor meeting for Nintendo about a month or so ago that there's no new consoles in 2020. That being said, I think we'll see another revision, probably one, a little boosted, a quote-unquote Switch Pro, probably in 2021. I think Nintendo, they did it with 3DS and DS, whereas basically every 2 years there was a revision. So I think that's going to keep on happening.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, weird one. Do you remember that app that was like the Adventure Time Card Wars game?
Yeah, it was really cool.
Yes, actually.
Yeah. That, but with like Mario enemies and all that.
Yeah.
Actually, that does sound rad.
That sounds great. Do we know who that developer was? Try to connect them?
Yeah, not off the top of my head.
That was a good game, though.
All right.
Good idea.
Yeah, bye.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And that'll do it for our panel. Thank you very much. Go to NintendoWorldReport.com for all your Nintendo needs. Patreon.com/NWR, Nintendo World Report TV on YouTube, and my podcast, Three Unprepared Men, on SoundCloud, iTunes, Spotify, Google Play, Twitter. I'm at Kulafia, Neil is at Enron10, and Joe is at The Dough Bega.
And Jared's not on Twitter.
Jared's not on Twitter. Thank you very much.
At you, and you weren't there.
In a world of legendary heroes, one man will rise to take all of the credit.
This game has something that no one else will. Me.
This is where the magic happens.
Hey, can I get a coffee?
I'm coming, Ian!
Everybody has that game that they fell in love with because they make an impact. Those games were somebody's legacy. Well, this is my legacy.
Our legacy.
Our legacy, whatever.
It's not my legacy. I have a BA in Women's Studies.
What exactly is women's studies?
It follows the experiences of women and the contributions they've made to...
Inquiry withdrawn.
Quick thing, I'm worried about the time.
Yeah, David, I'm moving as fast as I can. It's not my fault that these watermelons don't explode like real heads.
I can get you real heads. Not human.
That's commitment.
I built your vision. It's like you're this brilliant painter, and I'm your favorite brush. I'm just some tool to create your masterpiece.
I like that metaphor, but it's not quite right, is it?
Are you seriously about to noodle on my metaphor right now?
I know that I can be difficult, Papa. You can't give up. We're like the Beatles. Together, we make masterpieces. I could write the lyrics and the music and everything, but it would sound completely different without the drums.
Wait, I'm Ringo?
Well, yeah. Of course you're Ringo. I mean, look, somebody's got to keep the beat.
Oh my God! At least you brought me breakfast.
Oh, this is mine. It's prescription.
A prescription bagel?
Legally, you're actually not allowed to ask me about it.
Whatever.
Get up.